Mic check from the green room. Mic check from the green room.
Oh, wait.
We hear you loud and clear from the green room.
Camera working too? You guys see us okay?
Yes, camera feed looks good.
Awesome. Okay, we're all set in here.
Go to one of the.
Is this the microphone check right here?
So so for board prep, we'll use the Crestron.
So mic check from boardroom.
Oh no, that won't go to that.
Kathy? Kathy, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Strange.
Captioner Carol, do you have everything that you need for the meeting?
I mean, I basically just need you two, but.
Last night about that. Make sure you gotta talk about it. Think it through a little bit, you know. There was.
Is he?
Mic check from the boardroom, mic
And
check.
Mark Williams.
Yes, we hear you just fine.
know a little bit about the.
Volume check,
how
can someone just
politics or
talk so we
the
can pick
legal-
up the volume here?
Oh my God, are they talking over each other? Yes, we hear you.
In there and all side conversations.
So we can hear, the mics are very sensitive, so we can hear all side conversations when you're doing mic checks.
Good morning, Jackie. Could I get a sound check?
Hey, Director Rayburn, it's Latifa. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. It's good to hear you.
Almost hear me. I'm getting my life together.
Good morning. I hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. I'm not Patricia Rayburn this morning.
I would have called it.
Well, different computers. How are you, Mark?
I'm well. How are you, Robert?
Excellent. Thank you. Beautiful day.
Yes. We always need to change our Zoom profiles and make sure we're logged in under the right credentials.
Well, I bought a new computer and it came with Windows 11, and I found that that was not compatible with Teams as we implement it, and so I've been working with IT to make things work. Just always be careful about adopting new technology.
Well, I will.
Off the edge.
Yeah, exactly. So I upgraded to Windows 11 the day it came out, and it's been pretty seamless. So far, so good. So
Good.
you can reach Windows Nirvana at some place. So.
Yeah. Well, do you use a tablet?
I use a 2-in-1. It's a Surface.
Yeah, I have a Surface as well, and that was one of the motivating factors that.
Hey, friends, I have a quick question. Are we live on YouTube or what? Because I just want to make sure that our board members know if we need to have a.
We're live on YouTube, and if they were saying something that they weren't supposed to, I would let them know.
No.
It's an infomercial about technology. I get it. I was just checking.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of touching base with my colleagues about how we get work done.
That's right.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's right.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to send Director McPartland a fresh link.
Thank you.
Fresh links, get your fresh links. And I'm sorry about your Yankees, Mark.
Yes, I know it is. It's heartache, but that is what this season is about. It's a roller coaster, and you root for your own home team. So it's all good.
Yeah. Well, my home team's Team BART. So I want to see a lot of passengers tonight.
Yes, exactly. I certainly, as the Bay Area sports levels hit records, it's great to see those riders jump on BART.
The person with your name raised, did you have a question?
Hi, this is Clarence Fisher on this number.
Hi, Clarence.
One quick question, if I might. Since after public comments, the board goes into closed session, how will we know when the board comes back so we can comment on items 6 and 8?
So when the board comes back out of closed session, the president will make an announcement that they have returned. That's the only way, is to watch the meeting.
Oh, okay, because in case my battery runs out on the phone, that's what I was wondering.
Because how are you watching the meeting? Are you watching it on your phone?
No, this is only audio. I don't have a computer to do any Zoom. This is only audio for me.
Okay.
I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Let me, Clarence.
Yes.
I just changed your name. Give me your phone number.
Okay, the one I'm calling on is 510-460-9209, but the best, in case we get disconnected, the best number to call me back on
Mhm.
would be or text me on would be area code 510 502 5675 for notification. Thank you.
Okay, I'll have one of my staff contact you when we come out of closed session.
Because, you know, it could be 10 minutes, it could be 10 hours. That's why I'm curious. Thank
No
you.
no problem.
I'll mute myself now.
Okay.
Hey, Jackie, this is Janice. I mean, I think that people can maybe tune in using the YouTube link for the time being. That might be more helpful than trying to be using your phone for like a while, you know?
But he only has audio. He doesn't have any type of other device.
Okay.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
No windstorm. Good job. Hopefully. Thanks.
John, glad to see you're here.
District Secretary, did anyone else get bumped in the last few minutes? I lost connection.
No, just you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Secretary, are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, good morning and welcome. I'd like to call the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Board meeting of October 14th, 2021 to order. Please note, pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-1521, public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. This meeting is being live streamed and can be watched via BART.gov, and presentation materials can be viewed on BART.legistar.com. For our public participants, your microphones are automatically muted. If you wish to speak on an agenda item, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand when public comment on that item is announced. And when it's your turn to speak, you may need to dial *6 to accept the unmute request. And comments that have been received via email have been provided to the board and will be included as a permanent part of the meeting record. So with that, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director McPartland. That was a yes. Here. Director Rayburn.
Here.
Director Saltzman.
Here.
Director Simon.
Here, good morning.
Director Allen.
Here.
Director Ames.
Here.
Director Dufty. Director Lee.
Here.
President Foley.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Director McPartland, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America
and
and
to
to the
To the
republic
Republic for which it stands.
Which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and
liberty
justice
and
for all.
justice for all. Thank you for that team effort.
I promise to never do that again with my microphone muted.
It is all good. We support each other, so we're here. All right, let's turn to item 1C, introduction of special guests. Do we have any special guests in attendance today?
Mr. President, it's
Yes.
my honor to introduce Jeff Morales. Please give me a moment, and I will invite him as well to make a few comments at the end of my comments. After college, Jeff Morales worked as an aide to the late U.S. Senator from New Jersey, Frank Lautenberg. There, he cut his professional teeth on transforming U.S. transportation policy by contributing to the landmark Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act of 1991. He continued his career in Washington, D.C. by serving at the U.S. DOT under Secretaries Federico Pena and Rodney Slater. Starting his move westward in 1998, Jeff helped guide Chicago Transit Authority to reverse years of decline through reinvestment and better serve the agency's riders. One initiative mandated that managers forego company cars and ride transit. Under California Governor Gray Davis, Jeff led the nation's largest state transportation agency. As director of Caltrans, he moved the agency to a greater emphasis on multimodal approaches and sustainability. It was my pleasure to first meet Jeff after traveling to Sacramento by train and bicycle to discuss access on the San Rafael Bridge. Unfortunately, the highway lobby did not approve or appreciate his vision and foresight, and he left after the election of Governor Schwarzenegger. Jeff's leadership was recognized as he was appointed to the Transportation Transition Team for the incoming Obama administration. Most recently, as the appointed CEO of the California High-Speed Rail Authority, Jeff led the first ever construction of high-speed rail infrastructure in the United States. He currently serves as a senior fellow at the Institute of Transportation Studies at UC Berkeley and is on the board of the Mineta Institute at San Jose State University. I greatly anticipate hearing Jeff's contributions to the Link 21 presentation later in this meeting. Will you please join me in giving Jeff Morales a warm welcome? Jeff, would you like to say a few words?
I'll keep it very brief, Director Rayburn. Thank you very much for those very kind words, and I'm very excited to be here and working on the Link 21 program with a great team here, and look forward to moving that forward for the good of the region. Thank you again.
And thank you. I'll turn it back to you, President Foley.
Thank you, Director Rayburn, and welcome, Jeff. Are there any additional special guests to be introduced? If not, let's move on to item 2, our consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? It looks like it was moved by Director Dufty. Is there a second? Second by Director Rayburn. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Alita, would you like to address the board on the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. President Mark Foley and members, Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. I'm going to talk about G and I in my condensed comments. Briefly on G, ventilation is a good thing. I'm not familiar with the history of this particular tunnel, but certainly adding to or improving our ventilation capability is a very good thing. We want to inspire confidence. I've been in many long tunnels that don't have ventilation, so this is a plus, and I think it's a good spend. More so on I. This is about keeping our systems up to date. And this isn't just about having a more secure payment system for us, but it's about inspiring confidence. Electronics payments and airplanes kind of have a lot in common. Airplanes are statistically the safest method of transportation there is. But yet many people are afraid of flying on airplanes. I'm afraid of flying on airplanes, and I've flown 14 times this year. There are many people who are fearful of electronic payments, even though they are statistically the safest way to pay for things. So this will also, I state for the record, help to inspire confidence as we go through sea changes, as people move away from physical means of paying for things in ways that are older than me. So I support all these items with your I hope we have your unanimous consent to build a better BART. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Do we have any additional public comments?
We do not.
Thank you.
Actually, we have a public comment from Scott Jordan.
All right.
Scott, you may address the board.
Good morning. I'm Scott Jordan. I've been a BART employee for almost 8 years, and I'd like to address the COVID mandate that is up for a vote.
Scott?
Yes.
Hold on for 1 second. That's public comment, and we'll get right back to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Any additional public comment? Are we good?
We are good on the consent.
All right. Thank you. So with that on the consent calendar, Madam Secretary, could we please call for the vote?
Director McPartland?
Yes.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Saltzman?
Yes.
Director Simon?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames?
Yes. Yes.
Director Duffy?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
President Foley?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, so now we will turn it over to item 3, which is public comment. And again, this is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board on matters that are under our jurisdiction, but not on the agenda. So as an example, if folks wanted to speak around the COVID vaccine mandate, they would hold those comments until we get to item 6, or excuse me, item 5. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
Well, they can address the item at public comment as well.
Okay, wonderful. Let us move then to public comment. So for those that would like to address the board, please dial *9 now. And Madam Secretary, do we have anyone on public comment?
We do. Scott, you may address the board.
Thank you. My name is Scott Jordan. I've been a BART employee for almost 8 years now. I'd like to address the COVID mandate that is up for a vote. My position in this mandate is the right to choose, or a mandate with the option to test, or maybe no vaccine mandate, but a mask mandate, since the mask is supposed to help prevent the spread of the virus. The vaccine does not prevent me from getting or transmitting the virus, but a mask does help with the spread of the virus. I have recently had COVID about 3 weeks ago. I just wanted to bring it up to the board that I was in contact tracing. I was around approximately 5 BART employees, 3 of them vaccinated and 2 of them unvaccinated. 3 unvaccinated and 2 of them vaccinated. In the contact tracing, they required the 3 unvaccinated workers to leave work and get tested and test negative before returning to work. The other 2 vaccinated employees were only told to get tested if they had symptoms and were allowed to remain at work. I was told by Tara Hill and verified by Jonathan Arazo that it's BART's practice for this based off of Alameda County and CDC protocol. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So I have a few questions. I talked, let's see, will there be an exemption for employees who have already had COVID and have a natural immunity to the virus? And if there's a vaccine mandate for the employees, will there also be a vaccine mandate for the riders who ride BART? I had talked to the union rep for the BART Police Department, and he stated that the union president and the board members had come to an agreement to allow vaccination or weekly testing. If this is good for the BART Police, it should be good for all of BART. In closing, I ask, why do the protected need to be protected from the unprotected by forcing the unprotected to use the protection that didn't protect the protected in the first place? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott. Do we have any additional public comment?
We do. Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. It's always a pleasure to be with you as I take my 3 minutes of leave to speak. I reflect on my recent trip to Chicago and the old and the new of riding a system that is not only modern in ways of payment, as I explained to you in my letter, with plenty of options. People in Chicago love their Ventra cards. I mean, they use them right and left on the buses and the trains. That's all I ever see. And as I said, I have more than one in different forms. But a city that's also steeped in tradition and history, almost like Rocky Mountain High in Denver. And I was thinking about BART a lot on my trip, and about, even though I enjoy going to Chicago and New York, I'm thinking I'm looking forward to a day when we're going to meet in person. We're going to see all of you again, and be able to go into this new building. You just can't have sidebar conversations on Zoom because Zoom opens and closes. And it'll be much easier for me to get staff responses. And how can we stay up with the fullness of the things that we do? So we're opening our new renewable power system, but we should update it to its progress. A lot of times, news and announcements talk about what's happening in the now, but they don't talk about tomorrow. While I want us to be a BART that is mindful of tradition and history, I also want us to always be a BART that is relevant to the future, and a BART that is for everyone. As I've said before, I have to fight for the things that most people take for granted. And perhaps that is my lot in life. Perhaps I show people new and different ways. And how can we be a BART that will help people to become confident in doing things in new and different ways, such as open payments, as opposed to stuffing cash into vending machines? A BART that is not just workable and acceptable, not just world class, but a BART that is great and legendary, a BART that can be stately, like Grand Central Terminal. It's because of this why BART is a favorite of mine, because BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree.
Clarence, you may address the board.
Hello, for the record, my name is Clarence Fisher. I have 3 items I would like to address. Item number 1, in the future, could BART consider having any closed session meetings at the end of the agenda? There are things today that I would like to speak on, especially 6C and 8A later, but not knowing how long closed session is going to last. It may be 5 minutes, it could be 5 hours. It's kind of hard to plan when I need to be back. So consider that in the future. The other 2 items, I'm concerned about BART's trip planner. They are missing fare information where it involves certain operators. Operator number 1 is Soul Trans, where a trip to Vallejo is involved. Example, starting location 2000 Broadway in Oakland, ending at 300 York Street in Vallejo. Well, times are shown. It says fare information unavailable. The other example, Golden Gate Transit, starting again 2000 Broadway in Oakland, ending at 200 B Street in Santa Rosa. Again, schedule information is given, but nothing of fare information. Hopefully, in 2 weeks at the next BART board meeting, I can say, job well done, that this information is shown for fares. Thank you very much. I am done.
Thank you, Clarence. Madam Secretary?
Roland, you may address the board.
Good morning, Directors. This is Roland Rubber in San Jose. The first thing I'd like to do is to thank you ever so much for closed captioning, but I'm wondering if you could possibly enable the ability to save the transcript so that I can refer it later. And also for your information, MTC now posts the entire transcript right after the meeting at the same time as the video. A couple of things I'd like to touch on today. I wrote to you on item 8.b. However, I'm not seeing my letter in Legistar, so I'm not quite sure how it's entered into the record there. Once again, if I go to MTC, I can see the correspondence for every item right there in Legistar below the item. But since I'm not seeing it, I'm going to touch very briefly on the content. What I just did is that I submitted a revised funding strategy for BART to San Jose, which I believe should be acceptable to all parties. I tried to address equity, but one of my primary concerns was safety, specifically side by side all the way with tunnel ventilation, just like the rest of the world understand how it's supposed to be happening in an emergency. And the way I did this, I basically eliminated 3.5 miles of single bore. I eliminated all the stacked tracks. I eliminated all the platforms because we all understand what the problems with those are. And I replaced that with 1.5 miles of 56-foot single bore in the central zone and twin bores on each side. And I hope that at some point you will consider this option, and if you approve it, I hope that the VTA will follow along. The other thing I want to talk to you today is about the massive congestion we have in San Jose in the I-280 Winchester corridor. In that respect, I would like you at some point to reconsider the location of maintenance facility. Specifically, if you would be amenable to relocating the maintenance facility to the Permanente quarry in Cupertino. And if with this, at some point, we would be able to have 4 additional stations at Valley Fair, the Apple Spaceship, the Anzer, and potentially Valco. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Roland. Do we have any additional public comment?
Caller with the last 4 digits, 3288, you may address the board. *6 to unmute yourself.
Madam Secretary, did you want to move
Okay.
on to the
Yeah.
next? Thank you.
Karen Rice, you may address the board, or Reese.
I'm appalled at the rapid rate that public officials are rejecting the freedom of medical decisions of individuals in the guise of safety. The board of directors should focus on maintaining the order of law hand in hand with developing an excellent transit system so we can enjoy freedoms we've been given. Our Constitution is in place to limit the government from removing our God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There is no guarantee of health or safety or of not getting in a car accident and dying. This is part of life and living in a free society. I petition the BART Board of Directors to reject making a requirement for anyone under your authority to have a specific medicine injected into them or to lose their job. Your employees are vetted to be conscientious, honest, compassionate, and hardworking. They are called on every day to make many decisions, even ones of life and death, and you entrust and train them to do just that. Yet you profess the reason they aren't submitting to taking an injection of a new drug to be that they are not educated enough. You might consider an alternative, that they are in fact educated, thinking adults who you hired because of these very qualifications, who believe they can and should be the ones to make the best decision for themselves and their families. They are capable of weighing the risks of a disease that sadly has taken many lives with the potential side effects of a vaccine, which does not prevent them from contracting this particular disease and of which long-term potential risks are unknown. In addition, thanks to many advancements in actual science, there are other alternatives to decreasing the effects of and treating this sickness that we have access to now. Vaccines are not the only nor the best answer for everyone, which has always been a discussion between individuals and their medical doctors, not a board of directors. Removing that decision from a patient and doctor would be unscientific and authoritative. Scientists are currently still studying long-term effects of this new medicine. In the approval for Pfizer, which is the only vaccine not still under the emergency use authorization, the FDA says the current analysis of adverse events is not sufficient to assess the known serious risks of myocarditis and pericarditis. The testing will not be completed until May of 2027. I expect the BART Board of Directors also to be intellectually honest about the reasonableness of all your employees to assess risks on an individual basis. I fully expect that even after final reporting assesses the risks, the decision of taking a vaccine should remain with each individual for them to determine if the risk outweighs the benefit. This again is clearly not a one size fits all. I petition you all to consider that while you are currently in a position of power and may even feel you are right, that you have been put there for a short time by someone far more powerful than you. And one day the tables may be turned. You may find yourselves in the position you are proposing to put your employees in, where you will be told to take an injection or have a medical procedure or be discriminated against in some other way if you don't submit your body to whims of whoever's in power. I hope that will never be. I pray that you will respond as a free people who lead other free people by rejecting this proposed mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Do we have any additional public comment?
Rhiannon Doyle, you may address the board.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Rhiannon Doyle. I'd like to address the board regarding the employee COVID mandate. I've been a BART essential worker for the duration of this pandemic and without option to work from home. I've not complained or questioned anything or anyone. I contracted COVID-19 while working last September. I was told to come back to work after only being off for 6 days. Rather than take 14 days off for quarantine, I was told to come in since I retested negative after just 4 days of testing positive. I didn't complain or question, I worked. I worked even though I felt miserable. I worked knowing supervisor who also tested positive with me stayed home for over a month. The leadership at BART chooses to treat their employees like dirt while they get their accommodations. There are over 800 employees like me who choose not to get vaccinated, and all for different reasons. I was told by my union that 85% of us are minorities. Why would BART board vote on such an issue that is not even a law nor approved in the USA? A mandate means nothing. The current vaccine that is approved is Comirnaty, and it's not currently available in the US. This is a bait and switch and all available vaccines as well as testing and masks are under EUA. EUA, which are emergency authorizations, clearly state that we have the right to refuse and not be forced. The argument of vaccines is not based on science and amounts to nothing more than virtue signaling by our most radical directors. Science continually contradicts itself. Look at other countries. We have all different views on how to treat this pandemic. If BART board votes to mandate the vaccines, who will fill those 800 positions? Will this affect the public safety without us? Will BART allow religious exemptions? Maybe, but I wonder how true this actually is. I submitted my religious exemption 2 months ago, and one of the HR BART employees called me and belittled me for turning it in. He told me that once BART decided to mandate the vaccines, that there isn't anything that BART can do for me, and they would probably have to get rid of me. I filed the complaint with the Office of Civil Rights, but because of this type of treatment, it should not have happened, and I do not want it to happen to anyone else. After 14 and a half years at BART, I've had nothing but hardship from leadership, and now I face termination because of my sincere religious belief against a vaccine. BART has become a very hostile workplace full of dictators, full of judgmental people. Do you know what it's like to be called Typhoid Mary while walking down the hall? How about, oh, here comes the unvaccinated? I'm sure at some point all 800 of us had to deal with these comments over the last 10 months. It's been a nightmare going to work every day knowing people are judging us. This nightmare continues with the vote and creates more division. Please do not vote in favor of mandatory vaccines. While I'm prepared to be fired for my belief, others may not be as strong as me. I've been homeless once and prepared to do it again. There's nothing that you can say or do to make me take this vaccine.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that, Ms. Doyle. I actually would like staff to follow up with myself or the other board members regarding the concerns that were raised. I don't believe that anyone should be treated that way if in fact they make a choice. So I would like to follow up with the BART leadership on that. Madam Secretary, do we have any additional public comment?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. We'll now turn to item 4, which is our closed session. So the board is going to enter into closed session as listed on today's meeting agenda. We'll reconvene in open session at the conclusion of closed session, but before we go into closed session, I'll ask for any public comment on that agenda item. Madam Secretary?
I think we just covered them.
Making sure. Thank you. All right, it is 9:31. Let's take about 5 minutes and then reconvene in closed session for the public, and those in BART will return as quickly as possible. Thank you.
President Foley,
Yes.
is it possible to provide a somewhat estimate? Since we don't expect it to last 5 hours, as one public commenter said, so is it possible to provide an estimate?
Sure. Do you have a recommended estimate? Is it 20 minutes or an hour
I would
and a
hope
half?
we would be back here by 10. It's up to all of us, but that would be my hope.
Well,
And
I would say
Director
that's
Saltzman-
over optimistic.
Well, and Director Saltzman, I appreciate you bringing this up to President Foley. In past years, what we did when we had a number of long items, we would, the president would direct the district secretary to keep this screen up with a suggested time that we would be back. And should the session go on longer, the president can communicate with the district secretary to up the time and or to decrease it, giving the public and the press an opportunity to sort of gauge their time when to come back. So that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
certainly. I am in favor of putting that out there. Let's start with 10 a.m. and be optimistic.
We will start with 10 and then I will let Travis know if it goes beyond.
I
But
appreciate it.
I do have a hand raised for the caller from 3288. Let me see if that person can speak.
Of course, thank you.
Caller 3288. Can you dial *6 and address the board?
Good morning, President Foley, BART Board, General Manager Powers. My name is, for the record, is John Arantes, SEIU BART Chapter President. BART has been doing a great job with providing PPE, personal protective equipment for the workforce, has implemented a very proactive COVID testing protocol. He has done a great job of making the vaccines available at large work sites. He has provided for vaccination incentives. Dedicating resources to disinfect and sanitize high traffic areas for the patrons and work sites for the workforce. It would be a shame to now take the extreme position to mandate that the workforce be vaccinated and force them to make the choice between losing their jobs or give up their right to freedom of choice without a governing entity like the governor or the Federal Transportation Agency making COVID vaccination mandatory for transportation workers. There are other options like continued education or testing of unvaccinated workers. I am very concerned with the district's ability to continue to provide safe service for our patrons if mandatory vaccination is the only option taken by the board. I would really ask that the board take into high consideration such an extreme decision to mandate vaccination.
We lost him.
All right. Madam Secretary, a quick question before we go back into, or before we go into closed session. I just want to confirm, we did vote on the consent calendar, correct?
We absolutely did. It was unanimous.
All right, just making sure.
I just confirmed with the general counsel. Yeah.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Yes.
All right, so with that, let's hope to return around 10 a.m. and we will keep those watching remotely in the loop. Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
We do not.
All right.
I'm promoting them as soon as they log on.
Thank you.
Actually, we do. They're just, their videos aren't on.
All right.
They're hiding.
Understood. All right, so we're back on the record.
Yes.
Wonderful. So let me just start by saying that the board has concluded its closed session and there is no announcements to be made. So we are on item 5, board matters. I see that a hand is raised in the conference room. For what purpose do you? Oh, well, that's gone away. Good. All right. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Vice President Saltzman to introduce this item regarding the policy statement and regarding mandatory COVID-19 vaccination of district employees, board members, and contractors.
President Foley, it does look like we have a public comment. Do you want to go to that first, or do you want to go right to the board?
Well, I was actually going to have, did you want to introduce this item and have some basically discussion around it and then go to public comment and then board comments? Or
I think it's pretty clear what the item is, so I'd love to
Understood.
hear from the public first and then come back to the board.
All right, so why don't we do this? Why don't we go to public comment and then we'll entertain a motion and then we'll entertain board comments. So with that, public comment, Madam Secretary.
Clarence Fisher, you may address the board.
Okay, I'm here. I guess I raised my hand at 10 o'clock asking if there was a connection. I'm waiting to speak on item 6C later. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I decided to wait until this item is heard now so I can speak. This is very important. Thank you for bringing it up. And this is a very real and personal matter to me. And COVID is absolutely real. And it touches the world profoundly. I maintain to you your vested authority to make policy. And that policy is for the good of the people who use this system. I want the safest, most equitable system that I can have. I myself have been vaccinated, and I have taken vaccines all throughout my life. And I mentioned to you several times about me getting vaccinated for COVID in March. And it is this vaccination that helps me to be able to go out in the world and do the things that I need and want to do, of which I fly on airplanes, and I've been in some crowded elevators, subway trains, and buses, and restaurants. And I maintain the importance of being a team player. I submit to you, as you all probably know already, I am a disabled U.S. Army veteran of Operation Desert Storm. And I remember before departing for Desert Shield, and later it became Desert Storm, getting in a line to be vaccinated. So over 30 years, I don't exactly remember what it was. But I fell into line and obeyed a lawful order so I could continue to serve this country that I love, which is the United States of America. And I think this mindset of service to the people of Bay Area soil and beyond involves everybody being a team player, because BART is not about individuality, but in being a cohesive unit, a set of units that I drew from my times of having served honorably in the United States Army. I'm a team player in getting vaccinated. It's really, and I went to New York and I showed my vaccine card in a few places. It's no different than me showing a boarding pass and an ID to go fly on an airplane or showing my ID to shop on a military installation. It's a part of life. I believe in the importance of lawful orders. And I ask that you pass this lawful order today because BART is not just about some of the people, but it is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Do we have any additional public comment?
Berlin LeBrun, you may address the board.
Thank you, directors. And I'm going to second Alita Dupree's comment, but I'm going to approach it from a different angle. It's the elderly. My father is over 100 years old. He was very healthy until he got infected by COVID, even though he wasn't going anyway. But he got infected inside his own house. He was in ICU for 3 weeks, and he made it. But when he got home, he could no longer walk the stairs. We had to install an elevator for him so that he could get to his bedroom every night. Now I'm going to tell you about my particular situation. I'm not going to get into details, but I am double vaccinated, and so is my wife. But I'm not going back to transportation until I get at least my booster shot, even though I really love to travel all over the place, just like Alita and everybody else. And the reason is because I'm afraid of what could happen to me and not being quite as lucky as my father was getting out of the hospital. So please consider this in your deliberations and approve the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Do we have any additional public comment?
Caller, last four numbers 3927, you may address the board. *6 to unmute yourself.
Are you there?
Yes.
Hello, Shane Reese with the BART Police Officer Association. Good morning, directors. I find it interesting how certain members of the board of directors are pushing the COVID-19 cause in the spirit of safety. In Director Saltzman's statement of policy, she states over and over it is for the safety of employees, public, and to keep the system running. If the directors are concerned for safety, how is it our stations are not hardened against ferry evaders and it allows homeless to come in and out at will? When members of the board found out officers were ejecting homeless for not wearing masks, we were instructed we had to offer them masks and couldn't eject them from the system. It is well known that there is a portion of the homeless population that have TB, are unvaccinated, have penicillin-resistant flesh-eating diseases, C. diff, not to mention scabies, lice, and other parasites. If safety for BART employees was paramount, it would start here by hardening the system. If the vaccine is so effective, then the only ones that should be worried are the unvaccinated, and they are obviously not worried. Does the board and district intend to indemnify the employees that are forced to get the vaccine? Cases of myocarditis and pericarditis are on the rise and linked to the vaccines. The FDCA stated there is a rise in these conditions, and the study to assess the actual risk factors for this will not be done until 2027. These vaccines were rushed under the Trump regime. Warp speed was started by Trump. Both Biden and Harris stated they would not get the vaccine because it was rushed. And now here you are forcing it on your stakeholders, employees who have showed up to work from day one of this pandemic to keep the system running. And you want to fire the ones who don't have the same beliefs about their health care as you do? This is a medical decision for individuals to make and shouldn't be a condition for continued employment. For any other healthcare question, we're encouraged to get a second opinion, but here we are told there is no other opinion matters. 85% of the unvaccinated at BART are minorities. That is approximately 700 minority employees that you will terminate if they don't kowtow to you. I cannot believe you are working against this group of people that have worked so hard to keep the system running. If you force this vaccine on us, what is next? Go after the other COVID high-risk groups, the old, the obese, stating they must be in their body mass index range, or diabetics must control their diet better. So I am asking for the status quo. And if that's not available, please offer mandatory testing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Do we have any additional public comment?
Caller last four digits, 6782. You may address the board.
Hey, how's it going? My name is George with BART Police. I just want to say about this whole mandate of the vaccine. If the vaccine's supposed to take care of us and make sure that we don't get hospitalized, if we do get catch COVID, it should be more of our choice. I'm someone that recently had COVID, and my symptoms were very minimal. But yet now that there might be a chance that I have to get this vaccine, and I grew up without ever getting a flu shot and rarely ever catching the flu, and now that I received the COVID, my symptoms were minimal, but now I'm possibly being forced to receive a vaccine, which will basically help the person to minimize their chances of being hospitalized. But if I already received it and my symptoms were good, why should I be forced to receive a vaccine? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional public comments?
Not at this time. Well, spoke too soon. Stephen Clark, you may address the board.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, if the vaccine is so effective and it's safe and the people who are vaccinated are supposedly safe, then why is it a big deal or issue for the people who don't want to get vaccinated? If anything, the people who are not vaccinated should be the ones speaking and, saying how they feel, because if you're vaccinated and you're protected and you're not going to get sick and you're out of harm's way, then why be concerned about the people who choose not to be vaccinated? So I don't think it's right for anyone to be forced to do anything that they don't feel is right for themselves for whatever reason. And for the people who spoke, I feel like, if it's your decision to get vaccinated, then that's good for you. But other people have different beliefs. And if they want to go around and not be vaccinated, then let them choose to do that at their own risk. And that's just my part on it.
Thank you.
JL, you may address the board.
Good morning. My name's Jason. I'm a BART police officer here. I just wanted to urge you guys to vote against this mandate. As you guys have seen the numbers, there's over 800 employees that are unvaccinated, and a very high percentage of those employees are minorities. So I feel one of many things that will be affected by this will disproportionately affect employee communities of color. Even with all these mandates, most state and federal employees still aren't actually required, despite all the talk. They aren't required to receive a vaccine. They've excluded themselves, Congress, the White House staff, as well as postal workers, etc. The district has already agreed to a workable solution of weekly testing, which I feel is working fine. The mandate ignores the idea of natural immunity, which has been proven to be even more effective than the vaccine. Along with the 800 employees is a large percentage of police officers, many of which are the patrol officers. I don't know the exact numbers on that, but I've heard it's up to half of the actual patrol officers, not just admin. So if this was mandated and employees were fired, it would cause a drastic drop in safety on the system as well. The vaccine has been proven that it doesn't stop anybody from getting the virus. It just lessens the symptoms. So by mandating a vaccine, it's not keeping any people more safe than all the vaccinated people already do. I urge you to vote against this mandate for both the employees that will be affected by this, their families, and for the community in general that would be drastically affected by a massive drop in service, as well as a complete possible stoppage of service because of so many lost employees. That's it.
Thank you.
Caller, last four digits, 2457. You may address the board.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Klaus. I'm just calling because I think that the vaccination is unfair to the BART employees. The vaccine doesn't stop transmission. A person who is double vaccinated, maybe even triple vaccinated, can still spread the vaccine. Those who are unvaccinated think differently and are treated differently. I didn't know that we were back in the 1950s where we were segregating people based on their personal choices. I see that this is unfair, and I think that BART employees should have the ability to get tested if they need to, but not get fired. I heard a BART police officer say that there are over 800 employees who are unvaccinated. Well, BART has a lot of homeless people that come through. I don't think that we should put another 800 people out on the street. That would be unfair. America is about choice, about liberty, about freedom. And I think people should have the freedom to do with their bodies that they want. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy, you may address the board.
Thank you. Let me start by letting you know that I have received my vaccination, which was my self-educated choice. I chose to be vaccinated due to my age and an underlying health condition. I am against companies, corporations, counties, states, the President of the United States, etc., mandating vaccinations. The way an individual chooses to maintain their body is their choice. Many people that I personally know and experts that I have seen on TV have chosen to be vaccinated, and it was their choice. Starting to mandate vaccination starts our country going down a slippery slope. What will be mandated next? We have been informed that once you have had COVID, your antibodies are better than any vaccine. Why should these people be vaccinated? In fact, I've heard on the news by health professionals that they should not be vaccinated. Over the past few days, we have been informed that Merck has developed a treatment that can be taken if one develops COVID symptoms. The request now sits in the hands of the FDA and is said to be very promising. I am certain that other pharmaceutical companies are not far behind. Our physicians prescribe different medications to someone who's had severe case of the flu, such as Tamiflu, Relenza, Rapived, etc. We should not treat potential COVID patients differently. It is not required that the people with the ability to contract the flu be fired from their job, not allowed in schools, not allowed in restaurants, not allowed in other social gatherings. Why the difference? A large number of people of all ages die from the flu every year. This mandate over those in our country is a great overreach by our government, which is rolling downhill at a fast speed and must be stopped. If an individual is forced to take a vaccine by their employer in order to keep their job, and this is against the employee's will, and the employee experiences severe side effects, including death, shouldn't the employer be held responsible? BART needs to take a stand on this in favor of its employees against the vaccine mandate. BART has hired intelligent individuals who are expected to think on the job and come up with appropriate solutions. The employee's decision to vaccinate or not vaccinate is their choice as an intelligent individual. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Mark, you may address the board. Star 6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, board. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for, good morning. Thank you for listening to our concerns. I've worked for BART Police for 18 years. It's been a fantastic place to work, a lot of freedom of choices, and I'm really unhappy with the decision of a mandate coming down to get a vaccination. And I'm sure you're aware, as Reed Doyle had mentioned, that the vaccination available in the United States is still experimental use authorization. So the one that's available isn't available for another 3-4 years out. But again, vaccination should be a choice. I've never had anything like this forced on me in my life. I had COVID back in November of last year, and it was nothing more than a flu to me. Other people probably experienced worse, but I was over it. I took some, not a prescription, but I took zinc, vitamin D, and hydrochloroquine, and fine. And I have really good immunity now. So I really suggest that you do not vote for this and make it mandated on us. There's 800 of us that do not want the vaccination, and we all have good reasons for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 0856, you need to address the board. Star 6 to unmute yourself. Yeah, it's starting. Caller.
Are there any other public commenters?
There are not.
Okay. Well, let's proceed for the moment. And if that individual, it looks like their hand went down. So, all right. So we've had public comment around the issue. Before we go to director's comments, I wanted to know if there is a motion to approve this item.
Move approval.
All right. And is
And
there a second?
I would like to second. This is Director Simon.
Certainly.
All right. Moved by Vice President Saltzman, seconded by Director Simon. Thank you for that. And do we have any director comments around this before we go to a vote? Yes, Director Ames.
Wow. Okay. I'd really like the chance to introduce this, Director Foley. Sorry, I thought that was the plan.
My apologies. Yes. If we could first start with Vice President Saltzman, then I'll go to Director Ames. Thank you.
I'd love if Director Simon, who's worked very closely with me on this, could go after me. Thank you.
Sure.
So first, I want to thank everybody who commented today and everybody who sent us their comments. I know we all have read them. And I want to thank all BART workers who have been showing up every day of this pandemic. Whether you're vaccinated or not, I deeply appreciate the work you've put in every day. And I can imagine how challenging it has been. So thank you again. And I introduced this policy statement to protect the health and safety of BART workers and BART riders. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a deadly tragedy, with more than 700,000 people dying nationwide and more than 70,000 in California alone. Vaccines are safe, effective, and the best way to stop the spread of COVID. And BART has been working hard since the beginning of the year to get workers vaccinated. The board, management, and labor partners worked together early in the year to get transit workers prioritized for vaccination, since they had been deprioritized for a while, and we had to launch a whole campaign, and we were successful in working at that together. And then BART offered vaccinations on site many times at different work sites, and later provided incentives to get workers vaccinated. And this helped bring our numbers up and up. And so I really want to thank all the parties for putting in such significant efforts to get employees vaccinated. But even with all of this effort, we're still nowhere near 100% vaccinated. We're still putting employees and riders at risk, especially children who are not yet eligible to be vaccinated and those whose immune systems are compromised. So there are lots of people who would love to be vaccinated, cannot be, and they are being put at risk every day by folks who are not vaccinated. Vaccine mandates have worked at other government agencies and businesses, leading the vast majority of unvaccinated workers to get vaccinated. So that is the goal here. We would love to not lose any BART workers here. We'd love to get everybody vaccinated, except for those, who have other exemptions. We really want to see as many people get vaccinated as possible and keep you all as part of the BART family. The BART board is responsible for ensuring continued reliable BART service for riders, and COVID-19 puts reliable service in danger. There have already been many canceled trains and other negative impacts due to COVID leave, and we need to get back to the reliable system we had before. It's our responsibility as the board to pass this policy statement on vaccine mandates for employees, the BART board, and contractors to protect the health and safety and to ensure continued reliable BART service. So I really want to thank everybody who's been working on this, and particularly to directors Latifah Simon, Bevan Dufty, and Janice Lee, who are introducing this policy statement with me.
Thank you. Director Simon.
Sure, thank you so much. I want to thank members of the amazing staff at BART. Many have reached out individually and collectively to me and other members of the board. And our employees are fantastic. I mean, the reality is that during the darkest days of the COVID crisis, absolutely folks came to work, leaving their children at home to study by themselves. This has been an extremely beautiful testimony of the public service of almost all of our almost 4,000 employees. I'm supporting Vice President's resolution for a number of reasons, but for me, as a director representing 19 cities in 3 counties, and I actually share a station with Director Rayburn, and every morning that I go take my child to school, we have the same times table as a Latino grandmother who is taking her grandchild to Children's Hospital. And her granddaughter is receiving treatment, and we've talked a number of times. She's receiving a hematological treatment for bone marrow cancer. And they take BART every day. Grandma doesn't drive, and she gets on the Children's Hospital shuttle after she gets off of the station. There's been a number of times where the young woman was so weak, I would see our station agents helping grandma and this young, almost teenager outside of the gate so that they can make their shuttle, literally running to the shuttle to stop it so she can make her appointment on time. The thousands, even during COVID, the thousands of immunosuppressed elderly and disabled folks who ride our trains, folks who are healthy, they deserve to enter a public system where the folks who were entrusted to create policy for those systems are again looking out for the health and safety. And I absolutely agree. We have a lot of work to do, not just around eradicating COVID in the Bay Area or being a part of that story, but safety is a big umbrella. This is one way in which we can show our riders and our employees, many of them who are also immune compromised and come to work every single day, We know, again, not from Facebook or Google research, we know that the Surgeon General of California and the Surgeon General of the United States of America has encouraged, not mandated, but encouraged public actors who are leading institutions to do the right thing and push folks on their staff and folks who are related to these institutions to do the best thing that they can for the public, and that's protect all of us. As a board member, I am vaccinated, and every single time I come into that building or on our system, I believe that the folks who are patronizing the system expect more of me, expect more of all of us. Today's conversation is simply about going back to our partners and saying, this is extremely important to not only the folks who write our systems every day, not only the folks who run our systems every day, but the folks who are reluctant to come back, not knowing if our system is going to take this health advice seriously. And it's for that little girl, and it's for folks who, again, rely on public sector leaders to do the right thing, that I'm in complete support of what you're putting on the table today. And I would ask that my board members, my fellow board members also vote in favor. Again, we have a long road ahead of us, and this international public health crisis, for some, it has hit some closer than others. But if you have held the hands of folks, if you have held the hands of folks who have been in hospital rooms, not able to hug their children before their last goodbyes, or you're the doctors, the thousands of doctors who walked out of emergency rooms and ICUs in the last 3 months, demanding that public sector leaders push for what we know the only public safety remedy we have right now to eradicate this crisis, hopefully you will vote with us. In good days, before COVID, we were bringing forth almost 450,000 passengers a year. During this dark moment, again, where very few folks, only 25% of that 430 are back on our trains, I need them to know, and also the women and men and children who are connected to our employee circle, they know that we're doing everything possible to prevent preventable death and hospitalization. I want to thank you, Director Salzman, for your courage. And I also want to thank the courage of the folks who've called in today who are dissenting this resolution. We should have an opportunity to have equal voice and equal opportunity in this debate. But BART can do the right thing. And in 10 years, 15 years, I think we will be able to look back on today and hopefully said that we did the right thing to protect, again, unnecessary death and hospitalization for a pathogen that is still moving through our communities. We'll be on the right side of history. Thank you, Director Salzman.
Thank you, Director Simon. I have Director Ames, then Lee, then Dufty.
You. So we need to make steps to protect the public. We have a draft policy before us that does not talk about testing, mandating testing. And when we go through this effort of meet and confer, assuming the policy goes forward, we're going to be meeting with the unions. And I hope that we come up through this process on a mandatory testing option. I don't want blowback from people being threatened, feeling like they have to quit, to just doing a sick out or something on BART. We need our employees. We want our employees to come along in this process, and it is a long road. I don't necessarily agree with I don't agree with the draft policy as written, because I think it should have mandatory testing, and it may not be the date that that we need to agree on either. But it's a draft, it's a process, and I'm tentatively approving this. I am vaccinated, and personally, I would like everybody to be vaccinated. But the medicine is changing. There's pills out there. There's other avenues where the science is changing, the medicine's changing, and I hope people come around and eventually all take some form of medication so this virus dissipates. So I'm not super happy about the draft policy, but it is just that. And I hope our staff and the unions work together on a compromise and not an impasse. So for that, I'm tentatively approving, if that's a motion, or that's my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee, then Director Duffy.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just bringing something up here. So truthfully, I don't think I can say anything better than the moving commentary we've already heard. I just always want to say, Alita, I'm just so grateful for your constant and consistent engagement with us as the BART board. I know you speak at a lot of other transit boards, and I'm really grateful for your commentary on this today. I really appreciate what Alita said, that BART is not about the individual, and as Alita always says, BART is a people system. I also want to be on record to say I fully support what Vice President Saltzman and Director Simon have already stated. I am deeply grateful for their leadership as well, and as well as the leadership of Director Duffy for putting this policy forward today. San Francisco has nearly 700,000 residents vaccinated. This accounts for nearly 90% of vaccine eligible residents, and I am grateful to be one of those vaccinated residents. These are the people that I represent and the constituents that are trusting me to keep BART safe and reliable for our riders, for our employees, for the region and beyond. We know that without a question that based on science and facts and pure overwhelming numbers of people who have gotten vaccinated, that being vaccinated is the right thing to do if we care about the safety of our employees, our riders, and the general public. Notably, about a week ago, the SEIU Executive Board affirmed its commitment to universal vaccination with its president, Mary Kay Henry. She's been president for 11 plus years, saying the following, quote, SEIU has resolved to call for universal vaccination as part of our effort to protect all workers. Vaccines are essential to protect workers, and mandates are a powerful tool to reach universal vaccination, end quote. SEIU has 2 million members with 81% of its membership vaccinated across the world. When we look to our peers here in California, 2 of the largest systems in the state are requiring mandatory vaccinations with no testing options. That's LA Metro and Muni. I'm sure there are more out there. I believe that BART, the district, has gone above and beyond to do everything we can to educate our workers on vaccines and incentivize our workers for getting vaccinations. The truth is that our employee vaccination numbers are below 80%, well below the numbers in San Francisco. And without this policy, those numbers will not notably increase any further. I also want to be clear about what the impact of approving this policy is, as I've heard comments describing this decision today quite inaccurately. This policy reads, quote, the board also directs the general manager to bargain over the policy and impacts of this decision prior to the requested implementation of the policy on December 13th, 2021, end quote. Which is to say, by adopting this policy today, nobody is getting fired tomorrow. No one is being forced to get the vaccine, but this policy states that being vaccinated is a condition of employment. I recognize that we have a small minority of our workers that strongly disagree with this policy, and I'm grateful for you all speaking, for some of you speaking up today, and that some may never get the vaccination. There may be some Andrew Wiggins out there, but not all of the 800 plus BART employees that remain vaccinated are unvaccinated are. We recognize that there are going to be impacts on BART, and with this policy, and our general manager, Bob Powers, will discuss with our labor partners and our employees, and he will bargain over those impacts if we all vote, if this passes today. I'll just end by saying, I wish this vote could be unanimous today to show the public which has overwhelmingly accepted vaccines and believe the science behind vaccines, that BART unequivocally believes safety is paramount and that BART must make every move to prioritize safety first for all of us. And I'll be voting yes today because that's what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Duffy, and then Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start out and thank my colleagues, Vice President Saltzman, Director Simon, Director Lee. It's a privilege to have worked with Vice President Saltzman on this policy. And I am very proud to strongly support it. COVID has had a devastating impact on BART at so many different levels. And I think that the policy today that will be overwhelmingly supported by our board is the right step. We're 18 months into this pandemic, and I think that BART is an agency that has stood tall at a time when many systems had to close lines and take draconian steps. We emphasized keeping our system open. Our hours were shorter, our wait times were longer, but we knew that people relied and needed us. And going forward, the federal government has made a significant investment in BART to help us through these difficult times. And I think recognizing that and the additional support that we'll have to keep transit vital and vibrant, that we have a fiduciary responsibility to take steps to limit the further impact of COVID. Nothing has ever been as politicized a disease as COVID has been. I understand and respect that many people have been exposed to false information or politically self-serving efforts to try and derail public health. But I don't think that that is responsible for us. I care deeply about frontline employees. I have been out with the employees at BART cleaning our stations and plazas. I try to go and meet and talk with our station agents. I spent 25 years working in city government in San Francisco, and I knew employees from all walks of life, and I have such tremendous respect and appreciation for our frontline workers. And in my 5 years on the board, I have relentlessly talked about the greatness of these employees. Because of that, I cannot allow us to continue and not recognize the importance of being vaccinated. Many of our frontline workers are coming from backgrounds that are overrepresented in deaths and severe impacts of this disease. I want to thank our labor partners, and I appreciated what John Arantes said today. And while he is not in support of the policy, he articulately laid out what an incredible partnership and collaboration has existed between BART management and our labor organizations. It's something that I think many of us directors can take great pride in, that almost 10 years later, that there is a true partnership and respect. And I think that that collaboration has had a lot to do with us withstanding COVID and limiting the impact. I do want to say to some of those who have testified that have shared or and been open about the fact that they've had COVID, the reality of what scientific journals and what you can read in the mainstream press is that even if you've had COVID, your natural immunity is going to vary from patient to patient. The strength, the durability of an individual's immunity depends on age, health status, and severity of initial infection. And what that means is if you've had a light pass on COVID, you likely are not well protected from the variants that we've seen. And we've seen what the Delta variant has done in recent months. Having a vaccination, even for those who have had COVID disease, it boosts their immunity for these variants and going forward. And so I think that the science is absolutely clear that we all benefit with a handful of exceptions, and that having the vaccination will boost antibodies for individuals. I am looking forward to a redoubling of BART's efforts to reach out and connect and talk with employees that have not been vaccinated. I want to thank the general manager, Bob Powers, the deputy general manager, Michael Jones, our new assistant general manager of administration, Alaric de Graffenfried, to say that we should be doing this. We should not give up on providing accurate information, answering questions, understanding fears that may exist, collaborating with community health partners, and there are a number that have stepped up. I'm so pleased that the Latino Task Force on COVID-19, which is a partnership between community agencies and leaders in the Mission District that I represent, as well as UCSF. You know, they've done incredible work and partnered with BART almost from the inception of this disease, from testing to vaccination. And, you know, they are ready to come and talk with employees, and we will be going out, our staff will be going out with experts in public health workers to talk to individuals on their shifts, you know, where they may be. So we certainly want to try and drive up those numbers and to answer questions and put people hopefully at ease to make the decision. And lastly, I want to say that politics is personal. I've always felt it's personal. So as a gay man of the age of 66, I was 26 when the AIDS epidemic was first identified in 1981. And that was a disease that also was horribly politicized, mostly because of people's homophobia and the way that Haitians were treated and African Americans were treated. And I can tell you that I wish with all my heart that a year and a half into that epidemic that there had been a vaccine. There would be legions of people who would be alive. And I think our world would be a very, very different place. In the 40 years of the AIDS epidemic, 700,000 people, Americans, have died as of this date. 13,000 more will die every year, even with the progress that we've seen in terms of PrEP and other medicines that battle the AIDS epidemic. But I just have to say, we're over 700,000 American deaths already, not even 2 years into this epidemic. And I think that the step that we're taking today is a responsible step. We do it because we care. We care about our public. We care about young people and other vulnerable people that come into our system or come into contact with people who've used our system or work in our system. And I am so clear that we have more work to do. And I just again want to thank our labor partners that we might not be 100% on page, but I am so grateful that all the work that has been done to try and protect these workers. And I look forward to supporting this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dufty. Director Rayburn, then Director McPartland. Oop, you're muted.
Thank you, President Foley, and I will be siding with Directors Salzman, Simon, Lee, and Dufty. Throughout the past 19 months, there's been unprecedented collaboration to protect the health and safety of our workers in order to continue to provide service to essential workers. Despite that, the areas represented by my virtual background, Fruitvale was ground zero, Coliseum area also suffered mightily from COVID. The desired outcome is for vaccination to allow for health and safety of all and a full reopening without fear. A fear that I felt as a child over polio. I didn't have polio, but I had seen an iron lung, and that scared me as much as knowing the fear of catching the disease. Polio is eradicated globally because of vaccinations. I had hope in July that we were going to be able to pull out of this. I thought that we had a positive trend in the number of vaccinations amongst our employees. And I asked the general manager, let's do everything possible to continue to get the information out, factual information, scientific information. Let's do everything possible to provide incentives for our employees. We did. We provided holiday pay just to get a jab in the arm, something that I voluntarily, I went to the Coliseum Mega Center twice. The first time I was turned away. I felt desperate throughout this pandemic. The problem is, in July, we did have hope. It looked like maybe we were climbing out of this. But two things occurred. Yet another wave clobbered us, pushing back a full reopening of the economy. As well, we learned that there's a strong pushback against vaccination. Freedom will come, like from not having to fear polio, AIDS, a number of other diseases. And the solution is at hand. We're in a global pandemic, and it will not go away by continuing to provide people with options. This is an emergency measure, and I'm going to support mandatory vaccination. I want to make sure that there's a strong negotiation with our labor unions to make sure that we are giving, we're listening, we're going to protect them. And just as throughout the initial months of this pandemic, we promised that there would be no furloughs. We didn't furlough a single person. And I hope that we're able to move forward without any furloughs. The choice is up to the worker. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McPartland and then Director Allen.
Thank you, President Foley. The question has been asked. First of all, I want to end up starting off by thanking Director Salzman and Simon for being as articulate and as complete as they possibly could be to cover everything as far as the history is concerned of where we are, where we're going, and with the imperativeness of this action. I'm not going to end up even beginning to try to do is to re-step those that path by virtue of anything I could do would just be insignificant. I'm going to go in a slightly different direction. One of the questions that ended up coming up was, gee, I hope that you're going to end up being on the right side of history. I'm confident that we're going to be on the right side of history. And here's the reason why. I wonder if in 1917, when we had the Spanish flu, if we had had Twitter and Facebook and social media, whether the same amount of disinformation would have derailed being able to do something about the Spanish flu. There was no treatment for the Spanish flu in 1917 and 18, and it swept the entire world in a matter of a year and a half. 1/3 of the population of the entire globe had Spanish flu. Of those, 10% died. It shut down the entire world for a year and a half as the other 2/3 unaffected tried to save themselves and tried to care for the sick and dying. So yeah, I'm confident. And while I'm on that subject, take a look at World War I. Who really won World War I? The Spanish flu did. More than 50% because of the decreased medical treatment that you could end up having in a war zone and the amount of support that you need to have to throw at a war. Everyone lost their ability to fight. More than 50% of the combat casualties that we ended up having were not from combat action. It was from the Spanish flu. So we find ourselves with the responsibility as BART directors, and for that matter, as every BART employee, because we're all part of the BART family. We are responsible for the safety and welfare, not only of our employees, but also of the public that we serve. And I am not in a position where I would knowingly be able to allow employees to put one another at risk or the public that we serve at risk by having the people that are not availing themselves of the position of making themselves just as protected as they possibly can. And that includes and is led by vaccination. Not only vaccinations, but all the other things that we do as well with the HEPA filters that we have on the cars and you name it. But as far as our employees are concerned, when you get right down to it, the human body is the vector. That's the way you end up getting the virus, is in the human body. And I feel morally responsible to support all the rest of the directors and vote yes for this measure so that we can end up doing everything that we can to protect the public that we serve.
Thank you. Director Allen.
Thank you. Before I give you my comments, I want to just ask staff to confirm a couple of data points that I heard sort of tossed around in public comment. And I just, for the record, want to confirm those here. The first is, exactly how many unvaccinated workers we have at this point. And then the second item, I'll just give you both items I'd like you to confirm is what is the demographic of the people who remain unvaccinated, the racial demographic of the people who remain unvaccinated at BART as BART workers?
Speaking generally to that, the current number of unvaccinated staff is 833, and the racial demographics of that are basically broken down similar to the racial demographics of BART's employees generally. With 28%, at last count that we did this, 28% being white and 72% being non-white.
Okay, thank you. And we heard different numbers in public comment, so I think it's important to clear the record for that. And then can you just briefly outline what happens when this policy passes, sort of the mechanics of there's some more, we've already been through some negotiating and then there's some more negotiating and what those steps are? Just briefly, please.
It is our duty to meet and confer with our unions over this as it impacts their working conditions. So we can't really put parameters on that other than to say we will reach out and bargain in good faith as best we can for as long as we can.
And we will update the board at the next two board meetings on our progress.
Okay, and if there is no progress, what happens after that?
I think, Director Allen, it's too early to say. We will come back to you before the deadline and let you know where we are with the unions, but right now that would just be pure speculation. Okay,
thank you. So first I want to start by thanking all of the BART workers for their hard work as essential workers during the last year and a half of the pandemic. I am a COVID survivor with no lasting impacts. Over 6 months after I had COVID, I still had strong antibodies, and that was proven by antibody testing. I had antibodies so strong that I was participating in COVID convalescent plasma donations for research and treatments. I chose to get the vaccination a few months ago, and I had strong concerns over whether that was needed based on the new studies that had come out over the summer, whether COVID survivors needed to be vaccinated. I did my research and I made a decision to go ahead and receive the vaccination based on the studies and information that was available and to date on impacts and side effects of vaccines and survival rates and the risk of recurrence of COVID. I was educated on the risks before I took the shot. Now some people say I'm super immune because I had it and I had the shot as well. But some studies now say that a survivor is up to 20 times more protected than a vaccinated person, which is, frankly, why we're seeing boosters come out to keep that immunity going in vaccinated people. Yes, that varies, but generally, I think people are starting to agree that survivors have a lasting immunity that goes beyond perhaps what vaccinated people have. I I made that choice to be vaccinated, but not everyone is comfortable with that. And we should respect that as an employer. I tell the personal story myself because I think each person should have the right to research and make their own medical decisions, as I did, without threats from their employer of losing their job. So I come down on the side of every person making their own choice as to these medical treatments. I believe BART as an employer should not be imposing the vaccine on people with a threat of losing their job. But look, the science is evolving, and we heard lots of things tossed around, and by public commenters. Maybe some of it's true, maybe some's not, and maybe some is still evolving. But the new studies are coming in regularly, and not only on the virus and natural immunity, but also on the vaccines themselves and their efficacy and how long they last, and certainly their health risks. So I think there should be a testing option for the unvaccinated BART workers. And there should also be accommodations for those who can provide proof of antibodies. That's a pretty simple test now that people can take. The Biden administration proposals for large employers include a testing option, and so do the state proposals for state workers. BART should certainly continue to educate unvaccinated workers with facts based on recent studies about the benefits of vaccinations for COVID and the long-term impacts of that. So I do worry about where this takes us in the future with employers mandating vaccinations, and maybe that transfers over to other medical treatments that are still considered in the early phases of development. I do worry about the disparate impact on our BART workers with respect to people of color. Inclusion and diversity is a part of BART's cultural fabric. And most certainly bargaining on that topic will have to be a part of any conversations with labor. As well, I know that we are not requiring riders to be vaccinated. And therefore imposing this on our workers, especially ones who are not frontline workers, will not have a very large impact on the spread of COVID in our transit system. So with all of that, without a stated testing option and consideration for antibody testing of survivors, I cannot support this policy. And here's why. I know that some of it is left open-ended with respect to accommodations, but based on everything I have heard to date on this topic, I do not have confidence that our general manager's office will emerge with a policy after negotiations that includes a testing option for workers. I believe the bargaining impacts of all of this will be very costly to the system. And the last sentence of the policy states that we are handing over authority to the general manager's office to impose not only vaccine mandates on our workers, but on the workers of others who work for our consultants and our contractors and the people who are out there rebuilding our system. I just don't, I really believe that this board needs to take that up as a separate issue if we're going to now start imposing vaccine mandates on other private industry companies that outside of our own workers. I did a little bit of checking with some of the people who do work, some of the contractors that work for BART, and they had no knowledge this was a part of this policy or that this was coming up today. So I really think it was really our responsibility to at least include those people in this conversation if we're going to pass such a policy. So with all of that, I'm going to be no vote, probably alone on this. But if the policy does pass, which it seems it will, I hope that the ensuing negotiations with labor will produce a compromise on providing a testing option for everyone, as well as antibody testing exemptions for COVID survivors. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen. Director Simon, did you want to speak to for a moment?
I thank you so much. And I realize that I've spoken, and I think it's important to concede as a board that probably, I'm going to test this out, probably outside of Director Rayburn, none of us are trained in peer-reviewed research, including myself while I'm in a program, that there's nobody on our board who's an epidemiologist. There's no one on our board who's an infectious disease leader. But what is true, that in each county in the state of California, the directors of public health have all been clear that vaccinating government workers is the best way to protect the public. The Surgeon General of the state of California, a Black woman, Dr. Nadine Burke, has been spending her time day in and day out, encouraging communities throughout the state, again, from folks who are living in urban spaces that are extremely dense to the farm workers who have very little choice and very few rights, about the opportunity to prevent, again, long-term stress and illness and unnecessary death. We are not scientists on this board, but what I believe we will be doing as we vote in a few minutes is we will be following the advice of folks who spent 7 to 10 years in school before practice, understanding the epidemiological effects of literally the last 25 years, if you know the science, even on a lay level, of the COVID, not 19, but the COVID epidemic throughout the world, right? So I don't think we can debate necessarily the science as lay people. What I do believe is a public agency that has a multi-billion-dollar budget that is responsible for ensuring the safe passage, which is always a struggle, but what we should do is do everything that we can to make sure that our public and that our staff are safer. I would encourage you, members of the board and members of the public, to understand why we are here in this conversation today, while California is far above many of the other states like Florida, where they have no mandates, they have no mask mandates. The public officials are making ridiculous decisions. Their ICU rooms are filled. The death and the impact on people of color is atrocious. The Latino Task Force coming in and supporting this work, they know in San Francisco, the effects on the Latino, the undocumented populations, the Mayan-speaking populations are double that of their white counterparts. So if we are going to talk about race, ethnicity, desperate treatment, who gets treatment, who doesn't in this pandemic, that's another conversation. What's extremely important is ensuring that we're doing what we can do in our small role as policymakers to set the tone for this institution. We do follow both the public and private sector. Our university systems in the state of California have created opportunities for folks on their campus to have less likelihood of hospitalization and death from COVID. They have mandatory vaccination rules for professors, for lay staff, for environmental staff, for janitors, and for students. The private university sector has also followed. Tech sectors have followed. We owe our employees and we owe our public who pay every single day to get on our system to know that we are not ahistorical and that we are listening to the folks with the skill and the purpose who are in charge of the public health and safety of this state, that we're doing everything that we can to support the innovations both in science and for a healthier California. I urge all of you all to follow the recommendation of Vice President Saltzman and vote yes.
Thank you, Director Simon. I would not like us to get into a counterpoint debate for the remainder of this issue. So Director Saltzman, is there something additional you need to add?
I just actually wanted to ask a question of the general manager. There was a statement about what outreach has been done to BART contractors. And so I just wanted to speak to what has been done so far and what would be done if this passes.
Yeah, so Director, Vice President Saltzman, Bob Powers, General Manager. So I have had discussions with our consulting community. probably at least 3 in the last couple of weeks. When the folks come in and meet with me, I walked them through, the discussions that we're having here. I'd let them know that this was coming, and there was no pushback. That they were going to follow what their clients are doing. And whether it's in BART in California or WMATA in Washington D.C., they're taking their lead, or LA Metro down in LA, and there was no pushback. And some of them said they were already, if they were doing federal work where it's already required, those people working on those contracts and those projects were already vaccinated, and there's a requirement. So we've had good open dialogue with our consulting and contracting community, and I don't see that as a problem at all, Vice President Saltzman.
Great. And if this passes, you will do a fuller round of outreach to make sure everybody's aware.
Already happened, or not already happening. Obviously, the vote hasn't happened, but I've talked to Carl, I've talked to Sylvia, and we're ready to start that discussion with our contracting partners and consultant partners right after however this shakes out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Saltzman. All right, let me wrap up before we go to the vote. So it's my duty as a director to ensure BART can provide reliable service. It's my duty to protect our workforce. It's also my duty to protect the riding public. I believe that having 1 in 5 employees, that's 25% of our workforce, that's one person at least at every station who's working. Or if you work in your workspace, the people around you, one of those people around you is unvaccinated. And that exposes us to outbreaks, and it could possibly cause service interruptions. When my daughter was turning 1, we realized that she was not as verbal as her sister. And we had her tested and found out that she was autistic. And as every parent might do, you think about what you did wrong, what you could have done differently. And could I have done something differently in her life in her first year? Did the vaccines that she was given cause autism to occur? And I became an anti-vaxxer for more than a decade. We chose not to vaccinate my daughter through elementary school, through middle school. And it wasn't until she was going into high school that I allowed science to lead me. And I made the decision with my wife and with my daughter that she should be vaccinated. She has received both shots for her vaccine and is a healthy young lady. But I can see where people come from. I understand. Coming from that perspective, I had doubts, I had concerns. But I also allowed myself to be guided by experts, and I was not the expert. Google was not the expert. Fake news was not the expert. I put my trust in people that I believed in. I'm double vaccinated. I have my booster shot scheduled on Monday. I will be triple vaccinated as of Monday afternoon. Earlier this year, BART management, the board, and our labor leaders worked tirelessly together to ensure that transit workers could get early vaccinations. That was critical. That was something that we all worked together on to ensure we protected our workers. And I'm hoping that this policy can be approached in that same way. So just to be clear, this policy allows for labor to negotiate over how to protect their members. This policy allows for labor to negotiate over testing alternatives for their members. This policy allows us to negotiate how this can be implemented to address our unvaccinated coworkers. It puts the power in the labor leader's hands and the general manager to craft a document that helps move us forward. So I'm going to put my faith in their hands that they can come up with something that meets their needs. And so with that, I am going to be in support of this. Madam Secretary, can you please call the vote?
We have one person requesting to speak. Would you like to take them?
Yes, please.
Dee, would you like, if you can address the board?
Can you hear me?
We can.
I work for BART Police, and I am not vaccinated. And I've heard everybody talk, and people made some good points. Some I agree with, some I don't agree with. I'm not against the vaccine. I just want a choice. And right now, I don't have that choice. And I know that the guy says, hey, the choice is up to the worker, but it's really not, because if I'm mandated, then I have no choice. And so I just, like, from my ancestors, from slavery on down, like, this is somewhat to me personally like slavery. Like, I'm being forced to do something that I don't want to do. And I know that we use public safety and all those verbiages to pass a measure, but it's your choice. And I'm not upset that you made that choice. That's a great choice that you made. I just want the choice for myself. Weekly testing has been working for those of us that do it. No one's required to be vaccinated to ride BART, so that doesn't help. Like, Ms. Allen had said, she made some great points there. For the veteran that spoke earlier, he talked about service to his country. That was a choice. Both my parents are vets. They made a choice. Everybody has a choice. If I told you who to love, you didn't have a choice. The LGBT community has come a long way because people have given them choices, and they were able to make those choices, and they were able to do things on their own freedom. And so I just want to say that I am against the vaccine mandate, but I am up for weekly testing. That's my time.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could, let's call the vote.
Director McPartland,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
No.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Passes 8 yes, 1 no. Director Allen voting no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let us now move, unless folks want a brief break. We can move to Admin Committee, item 6 on the agenda, or do we want to take a 10-minute break? Looking, all right. Let's go to item 6 then. All right, so let's turn it over to Chairperson Lee and our Administration Committee.
All right, thank you for that. I think that just to start off this committee, I will just say, we had a really robust, very important conversation and a lot of very important public comment about the last items. With that said, we are about to hit noon here. So I would like to forego staff presentations on the 2 EDDs for 6A and 6B and try to get to action right away. So with that, 6A is an agreement with Superior Financial Group for life and accidental death and dismemberment insurance. There's an action on the table to authorize. We've all read the EDD, it's pretty short. Can I entertain a motion to approve? All right. It looks like Director Rayburn has moved it and Director Duffy has seconded it. Do we have any public comments on this? Looks like we do not. Do we have any board comments on this? Great, let's move to the vote.
Director McPartland,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Sorry, yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Great. So we're moving on to 6B, fiscal year 2021 year-end budget revisions. We do have a motion. We do have a request to adopt this EDD today. I am just going to note we have not received an update, a lengthier update about our current financials and the budget in several months. I have talked to the general manager and AGM of Budget and Performance about bringing something a lot more comprehensive since I don't think we've really gotten a full budget update since we actually passed the fiscal year 2022 budget. That is coming at our next meeting on October 28th. So I want to be thoughtful about time here, and that if we want to really dig into the budget, I really would ask board directors to do that at our next meeting where we're going to have way more information on the table. This is simply the fiscal year 2021 year-end budget revision. So I'd first like to entertain motions for this.
Move approval.
All right, Director Saltzman or Vice President Saltzman, and then Director Dufty would like to second it. And then I want to see if there's any public comment first.
Not at this time.
Okay, are there any directors who are wanting to speak specifically about the year-end budget revisions? Go ahead.
Dr. Lee.
Dr. Rayburn.
Thank you very much. I simply want to thank Pam Harehold, our Assistant General Manager of Finance, and her staff for the tremendous work that they've done over the past year to get us to a point where we're able to balance a budget. And it's been very difficult. There's been a lot of belt tightening, and of course, without emergency federal aid, we wouldn't be able to provide the train service that we're providing today. So I'm extremely grateful for all the staff who've worked hard to get us to this point where we can approve a budget that's balanced. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Seeing no hands, I'll pass back to District Secretary to take the vote then. Thank you.
Director McPartlin.
Yes.
Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Saltzman.
Yes.
Director Simon.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Ames.
Yes.
Director Dufty.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Great. So the last item for under administration is fair coordination and integration study update and preliminary recommendations. This is for information, a little differently than 6A and 6B. I'll just say that the understanding is the Fair Integration Task Force is looking to meet on Monday, and we are I think we are one of the last boards that are getting this presentation before the task force meets on Monday. We are finally at the point where there are recommendations. So I would like, a little bit more robust discussion. I really think that this is the time for board directors to weigh in. So we'll first, of course, hand it over to staff for their presentation. So yes, please go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, directors. Mike Eisman here from Financial Planning. I'll present the findings and recommendations from the Fair Coordination and Integration Study. Again, this item is for information only. Thank you. If you could bring up the slides and move to the agenda slide, please. So this presentation includes an overview of the study process, a summary of the recommendations, and some near-term actions that we're recommending to advance the proposals. I do want to call your attention to an appendix with supporting data and analysis that is linked from this document. Next slide, please. I'll begin with a brief recap of some of the basics of the study before moving into the recommendations themselves. On the next slide, please. So this project, to remind you, is owned and overseen by a Fair Integration Task Force consisting of the general managers and executive directors of all those agencies whose logos you see on the slide. It's jointly managed by staff from BART and MTC. We're working together with a staff working group made up of staff from all of the transit agencies in the region. Also want to point out that fare integration is among 3 policy areas that have been identified for potential near-term action in the Blue Ribbon Task Force Transit Recovery Action Plan. And I'm going to skip over the next 2 slides, please, and if we can move to slide 7. Our study has looked at potential fare coordination and integration steps through these 4 tiers of integration, which are shown here on the slide. And to be clear, these aren't the recommendations themselves, but a structure for you in thinking about the range of options. So to run through this structure for you, we have 4 tiers of integration, and starting on the left in gray is tier 1, which focuses on overlays to the existing fare structures in the region that do not require changes to how individual transit agencies price or manage their fare policies. And it includes offerings like passes, caps, or accumulators that could be overlaid on existing fare structures. The second tier in light blue focuses on changes to policy at the point where agency services connect. Policies in this tier could include discounts for transfers between services operated by different agencies. Tier 3 in green it would involve bringing regional services, such as regional rail, like BART, ferry, and express bus, into a common distance or zone-based fare structure. So tier 3, unlike the first 2 tiers, would very likely require changes to how fare policy is managed for regional services. And finally, tier 4 would bring all transit agencies in our region into a common distance or zone-based system, or establish a flat fare for transit services across the region. Tier 4 would require the most significant changes to how fare policy is managed in our region. And I'd like to skip ahead now, please, to slide 10. And just give you a high-level overview of some key findings. So the primary question we set out to answer, are there fare integration options that could offer a cost-effective, equitable way to promote transit? Based on the study findings, we think the answer is yes, especially in coordination with a broader user-focused regional strategy. The study finds that fare structure changes do have the potential to increase ridership, perhaps between 2% and 6%, or 25,000 to 70,000 daily trips in the region, depending on the tier, advanced, and the level of investment. We think these strategies could be relatively cost-effective as compared to alternative uses of funds. Our analysis suggests that fare integration could help us realize meaningful reductions in VMT and GHG associated with increased ridership. And we also think these potential policies are compatible with our equity goals, with proportional benefits to equity priority populations. We do want to acknowledge a great deal of uncertainty in the analysis, particularly in light of uncertainty around recovery from the COVID pandemic. Next slide, please. So now I'll give you an overview of the recommendations and walk through each. Before speaking to specifics, I want to cover some basics on how these recommendations relate to board authority and accountability. So first, the recommendations that our team is making do not contemplate transfer of locally sourced funds between agencies. Second, in making the recommendations, we assume new regional funds will be sought to offset agency revenue impacts. And finally, the first 2 phases of implementation do not contemplate changes to any agency board's fare setting authority for its own services. Phase C, as shown here, is a bit more complex story that I'll speak to in a moment. So with that said, here's our recommendations. Beginning in calendar 2022, we recommend piloting an all-agency, institutional, and employer transit pass for the region. The next phase would begin in fall of 2023 with the availability of the Clipper 2 system, when we recommend replacing the existing patchwork of interagency transfers with free or reduced cost transfers region-wide. And finally, in green, on the right is our long-term recommendation. We recommend continuing to investigate the costs and benefits of a shared fare structure for regional services, meaning regional rail, ferry, and express bus. But we should continue to develop this option as part of a broader assessment of post-pandemic ridership patterns, role in the region, and funding strategy, critically, for our regional services. So now I'll briefly walk through each each proposal. On the next slide, please. So starting with our core structural change that we're recommending, free and reduced cost interagency transfers. I'll note here that our region already has a patchwork of transfer discounts, and we're proposing to strengthen and clarify these for the customer. The goal would be to have agency-to-agency transfers function similarly to single agency transfers today. A rider making a local-to-local transfer would receive a discount equivalent to the lower priced of the two segments. And a rider making a local to regional discount, for example, BART to Caltrain. A rider making a regional to regional transfer would receive a fixed discount, roughly equivalent to the price of a bus fare or a minimum BART fare. Our goal here, again, to eliminate price barriers between agencies, and I'll point out that BART's closest peer system, DC Metro Rail, enacted no-cost bus-to-rail transfers this fiscal year. In our modeling, this policy change drives an increase of 25,000 daily trips, and it performs as the most cost-efficient of any strategy we evaluated. This option is deliverable in the Clipper 2 system. Next slide, please. Next, I'll step back in the timeline and discuss a proposed institutional and employer pass pilot, which could begin in calendar 22. Like existing institutional products in our region, like Caltrain's Go Pass and AC Transit's Easy Pass, this would be an all-you-could-ride pass sold to institutions in bulk for all of their constituents, but it would cover travel on any agency. We're modeling our proposal here on the Puget Sound region's Orca Business Passport program, which is responsible for over half that region's fare revenue. We would expect pricing would be based on the employer's location so that the cost would be commensurate with the quality and quantity of transit service offered. Testing this path now would allow us to evaluate a barrier-free, all-agency path and to engage Bay Area institutions and the business community in transit's recovery. In a permanent program, we would aim for pricing that achieves subsidy parity with the broader fare system. However, we do think some investment would be needed to backstop potential revenue impacts during a pilot. Next slide, please. Next, we're recommending that the region continue to evaluate multi-agency individual pass and cap products for deployment in Clipper 2. I will note here that outside of institutional passes, broad applications of pass or fare capping did not rate among our most cost-efficient strategies that we considered. On this slide, we show a design for a type of individual pass that we think scores a bit better than most on cost efficiency. We refer to this as the Puget Pass model, and it is used today in the Puget Sound region as well as on DC Metro Rail. In our analysis, this strategy could drive 21,000 new daily trips at a revenue impact of roughly $34 million per year in the region-wide. We believe that this is the individual pass or cap offering that looks most promising today, but our recommendation is to consider this more fully once we have findings from the institutional pilot. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thanks. Our last recommendation is to continue evaluating the costs and benefits of moving to Tier 3 fare integration in 2024 or later. We do think that the learnability and legibility of our system could benefit from a shared distance or zone-based fare structure for regional services, particularly if combined with a broader user-focused strategy that includes wayfinding. Our analysis supports setting a shared structure as a goal, but continuing to evaluate it as part of a broader assessment of post-COVID ridership, role in the region, and of course, funding strategy for our regional services. In our modeling, the high investment version of this option drives a 4.7% ridership increase and reduces revenue by about $70 million per year region-wide. It does have the strongest socioeconomic benefit of any option we tested through lower VMT and travel time savings. We would need, our regional agencies, including BART, would need new multi-party agreements, network management models, or even governance structures to implement a stable shared fare structure. Fare collection equipment would need to be updated, and major change management efforts would be needed to implement this change. It's reasonable to think that such a shift could be executed in stages, with, for example, regional rail fares standardized before considering integration of ferry or express bus. Next slide, please. Finally, we do not have a recommendation at this time for Tier 4 integration. These options in our analysis generally had higher investment requirements and lower efficiency than did more targeted strategies. Next slide, please. I'll wrap up here with our near-term actions that our study team recommends. We have been working closely with a wide range of stakeholders to put in place the mechanics of a potential regional pass pilot. Our objective would be to evaluate impacts on travel behavior, collect data that could be used for a permanent revenue model, and Title VI analysis. We propose a pilot in 2 phases, beginning with a focus on existing customers, potentially with colleges and universities, and broadening to include private employers and affordable housing residents in a second phase. We do want to acknowledge significant administrative challenges to implementing this policy, but we think we have the technical platform to deliver it. And then on our last slide, please. Just concluding here with some next steps. These recommendations were first presented to the Fair Integration Task Force on September 20th. Following input from several boards, the task force will resume their discussion this coming Monday, the 13th. Next, over the coming weeks, the project team will be making additional Transit HB board presentations. And I want to point out that on October 27th and 28th, the MTC Commission will be meeting in a workshop format to hear a presentation on several Blue Ribbon Task Force recovery initiatives, including fair integration. They will consider potential allocation of regional funds to some initiatives. I'll conclude there and I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Michael, for that presentation. I know that we have a good number of public commenters here today. So District Secretary, can you just remind folks how to raise your hand and all of that? And then we'll go public comment. Thank you.
*9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself once I call your name. Clarence Fisher, you may address the board.
Hi, for the name, for the record, my name is Clarence Fisher. While you have this Blue Ribbon Task Force, I think there needs to at least be a public member or two on the task force too, that the public can help guide you on some of these things. I myself am willing to be someone. Back in the early 70s, BART offered free transfers to AC Transit, Muni, and BART Express. This has been done in the past. Let's continue to do this. On presentations of fares, some providers like Napa Valley Vine, if they have a bus that goes to the Del Norte BART station, there is no RTC discounted fare. The disabled community has to pay a full adult fare. This needs to be looked at. Also, if this Blue Ribbon Task Force is including regional rail like ACE and Caltrain, they also need to consider putting in Capital Corridor and the San Joaquins too, because these service areas in the region. And my last comment, also on fares, when you standardize things, each agency needs to do the same. For example, Muni, you have a $3 fare in the city, but people who ride Golden Gate Transit in the city, they get charged $4.50. Or Muni, for example, you get charged one fare if you ride, but yet on Golden Gate Transit within the city, you have a charge of $2.25 cash or Clipper. Why do adults on Golden Gate get a discount on their Clipper if they ride in the city, but not youth, senior, and disabled? Thank you for your time.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Janice Lee and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Appreciate your leave to speak. This is very important, and I really appreciate the work of Mike Eisman and Bill Bacon on this. I'm really impressed. I've probably been to more of these meetings than anybody, and for a long time, part of the process was it was clear of mud. Well, now, like that song, I can see clearly now. This is becoming more clear, and thank you. And I am familiar with the Puget system. There are sea changes going on, as I've said before. And will it result in more ridership? I'd like to think so. But I don't think it's just because of that. I think it's more people are going to ride transit because cars are expensive. But even if it results in a reduction of revenue, I still see a financial benefit, which would come from a uniform system of electronic payment rather than maintaining several disparate systems of electronic payment. And MTC is a big organization, and they're able to practice economy of scale when it comes to banking and finance. And I see that in their presentations all the time. We all want a system that has less friction. I went to Washington and took a side trip to Baltimore, and I was able to use my Washington Smart Trip card on Baltimore's bus system. This has taken it to the next level because it will enable Clipper to not just simply be a system that just tallies up the fares, but this will allow the fares to be blended into something more legible and predictable. And I've seen some very complicated fare schedules in my life, Philadelphia and NJ Transit. So we have to allow for the fact that this is not going to happen in a vacuum. And I think the benefits of it are going to be more than any static modeling can do. I see a day with this that a person can use a contactless payment card or their phone, and the payment number would be the identifier that would carry through the various systems and allow for pre-authorizations and combining of charges to minimize swipe fees. There's a new thing called postal banking coming out. It's going to get a lot of payment cards in the hands of people. It's coming. So thank you for the work of Mike and Bill and the team. This is about unifying systems because that's what the people system is about. Thank you.
Derek Sagehorn, you may address the board.
Hi, this is Derek Sagehorn for the East Bay Transit Riders Union. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. So I'm calling in to speak in support of MPC's study and recommendations. I think fare capping and the institutional passes can be really helpful in the short term. Long term, I really ask that the BART board keep the eyes on the prize for a fully coordinated system, especially in terms of regional rail, Transbay bus, ferries. I think that's where we need to get to. It can really help drive ridership, especially as BART is considering developing many of its parking lots, making sure that feeder service for bus service is complementary to BART. It's going to make it really much easier for BART to develop the political will to develop those station areas. So I'm really looking forward to this, and I hope the board will support the recommendations all the way to the most ambitious stage. Thank you.
Ben Keller, you may address the board.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for your consideration of this item. I'm a Oakland resident and a regular rider of BART as well as AC Transit and Muni. And I was excited to see this presentation and to learn about the proposals for better regional fare integration. I regularly take the bus to BART or vice versa. And so I think this proposal would clearly have benefits for people who are taking advantage of these kinds of multimodal methods of getting around. I think the near term, even the near term recommendations are very exciting to me. Free transfers would be a big deal and would impact a lot of people in the way that they use BART and get around the Bay Area. The ridership projections are really quite remarkable. You're looking at the equivalent of, for example, a whole new Embarcadero station region-wide in ridership increase just from this relatively inexpensive proposal for free transfers between different agencies. I think BART is really a crucial player in this effort, both because of your regional sort of operating. You are the single transit agency that covers the most of the Bay Area, I think. And so I really hope that you as the board will take a leadership role in pursuing these fare integration strategies. Also, it's worth noting that current BART policy is not terribly friendly to these kinds of fare discounts for transfers. So when I take AC Transit to BART, BART does not give me any discount right now in order to incentivize that and to make that trip more seamless. And so I'm hopeful that BART will kind of go in a new direction here and embrace these recommendations, both of the near-term recommendations of the pilot program for all agency passes, as well as free transfers, and continue studying and working towards the longer-term vision of regional and local standardized fares. So thank you for your time and consideration of this item.
Dave Sorrell, you may address the board.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, directors. David Sorrell, Transportation Demand Management Administrator for UC Berkeley, also the president of the Northern California Association for Commuter Transportation. I'd like to thank everyone for not only the presentation, but also the space to kind of talk about the potential for all of these recommendations, but also in words of support. On our UC Berkeley campus, we've got 55,000 folks. Many of them are more or less not allowed to bring their cars, much less have parking issues day in and day out. And now that we've gotten everyone back onto campus, it's time to roll out and change the way that we think about offering transit options to not only my employees, but also to our students, many of them who live near a BART station, many of them live within AC Transit and actually relies on both to get to the campus, myself included. As we try to evolve in this post-pandemic world, we should be able to kind of support new and innovative ideas. The incrementalist approach to fare policy and to, for lack of a better word, yeet the system, would yield some levels of positive ridership, mainly because it eliminates those barriers, especially for those that do not have an appropriate / affordable way to get between campus and employers. Speaking from an employer standpoint, many of us are going to hopefully work with MTC as well as empower many of the other transit agencies, including this one, in ensuring that folks can take the train, can take the bus, and can be able to ditch their cars in hopes of reducing the vehicle miles traveled necessary. One bit of feedback that I would like to provide is to make sure that we also include our neighboring transit agencies, including Amtrak, as well as ACE, as well as the Valley Link, whenever that gets set up in the future, as well as other neighboring transit agencies in the Sacramento and Santa Cruz Mountains. By getting more people out of their cars, by offering different projects, different products, especially looking at the Orca Pass, that is going to be one way, even though we don't necessarily know what the numbers look like, the ridership will return. And I most certainly hope that you guys continue to support these reforms that are necessary for everyone to actually get out of their cars. I mean, transit is awesome. You guys are awesome. And thank you very much. I yield.
Roland, you may address the board.
Thank you. So I've been attending a couple of meetings as well, probably as many as my friend Elita. But through the chair, I'm still a little bit unclear about this interregional transfers. So as you know, I've not been able to save the transcript. However, I've been able to take a screen capture of the transcript. So I'm going to read to you exactly what Mike said, and then if you could get some clarification, I appreciate it. So what Mike said is, so a rider making a local-to-local transfer would receive a discount equivalent to the lower price of the two segments. For example, BART to Caltrain, and then he said, pardon me, a rider making a regional-to-regional transfer, that's exactly what he said, would receive a fixed discount roughly equivalent to the price of a bus fare or a minimum BART fare. So if we could get some kind of clarification there through the chair, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
You ready, Travis? Okay. George Spies, you may address the board.
Yeah, hi, my name is George Spies. I'm an Oakland resident, and I'm the guy who decided, because of climate change, to get rid of my car and to transition my life to transit and bicycling, because I believe that reducing vehicle miles traveled is a critically important element of defeating climate change. So here I am. I'm a regular user of BART, Muni, ferries, and the other regional services. And my experience of BART, and I've been a lifelong Bay Area resident, so I remember when it opened, is that, you know, uptake of transit depends on simplicity and user experience. And I would say that cost, although it's certainly a critical piece of all of this, is an element within user experience. And that if you can make the payment simpler and less insulting, in a sense, and I don't mean that you guys ever try to insult your riders, but having to pay and then having to pay and then having to pay is psychologically more of a burden than simply having to pay and then not having to pay again. So that seamlessness of fares and ease of payment is really important. And I believe that the study bears out that that integrated fares, and whether that's based on distance traveled or zones or what have you, that seamlessness is going to play an important role in moving us forward and getting more of me. That is to say, people who give up their cars or use them less and use transit more is really going to be based on ease of use. And this is a really valuable and I think really well designed and studied opportunity to have that happen. So I support it 100%. Thank you very much.
Sarah Greenwald, you may address the board.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Sarah Greenwald. As you said, I'm a member of the San Francisco Transit Riders. Everybody knows BART plays a leading role in transit around everywhere it goes here because it connects with so many transit agencies and the first and last mile services and so forth. And most of the trips in the study involve BART, right? Well, I support the Fair Studies recommendation of the multi-agency transit passes for the regional transfers starting 2023. Personally, I'm trying to get my elderly cousin to quit driving because she's got vision and problems, hearing problems, reaction time issues. It's not safe, right? I'm sure a lot of you are going through this with your own friends and loved ones. And I'm telling her on transit, all you've got to do is ride. But from her point of view, it means she's always calculating a bunch of different fares and transfers, and it's just way too complicated. So beyond that, of course, you know how avoiding catastrophic climate change, people have been saying it depends on getting out of the gas cars and onto transit. So your leadership can help make that happen. And BART can be the one to pull the 25 odd transit agencies around here together, simplify people's ride, make mode shift less complicated and less daunting. And fare integration, that's the very first step, but a crucial step. So thank you very much.
Ian Griffiths, you may address the board.
Good afternoon, Ian Griffiths with Seamless Bay Area. Thank you again to the staff that have been leading this effort. It was really excellent study. I want to mainly draw your attention to a joint letter that was submitted, and I hope that you all received, that was co-signed by 47 different organizations across the Bay Area. A very diverse group of groups, senior organizations like Choice in Aging in Contra Costa County, disability groups like Silicon Valley Independent Living Center and the Center for Independent Living in Alameda County, climate groups like 350 Silicon Valley and Actera, groups across all parts of the Bay Area, business groups like Bay Area Council, Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and affordable housing groups like Enterprise, East Bay Housing Organization, and Silicon Valley at Home. And a couple of cities as well, the city of Fremont and the city of San Jose, overwhelmingly multi-sectoral set of groups to strongly support this direction of integrated fares and taking these next steps, the recommendations to proceed immediately, but also tracking towards the goal of a fully integrated fare system in line with at least tier 3, but ultimately tier 4, those benefits that can bring thousands of new riders, the greatest number of new riders, 60 to 70,000 new riders across the system. BART can be a leader here. BART is already being a leader, but I would urge you to actually go further and really ask for BART to lead on creating the institutional reforms that can deliver fare integration at tier 3 and tier 4. That's going to take some time, and it very much is connected to the conversation going on right now about creating a network management structure for Bay Area transit. That's ultimately what the study points to as being necessary for delivering on tier 3 and tier 4, is we need a more coordinated system for making decisions about fares, and one that doesn't rely off of going to 27 different boards every time we want to change something. So I encourage you to ask, to call on staff to be leaders in that discussion and to constructively take part in the network management business case that's going to be grappling with that issue over the coming months. But again, thank you for your leadership, and we would like to see these recommendations implemented as soon as possible. Bye.
Seamless Bay Area, you may address the board.
Good afternoon, BART board members. This is Adina Levin speaking without having properly double logged out. First of all, wanted to report that one of my roles in this study, I serve on MTC's Policy Advisory Council, and with that have been chairing the advisory body to this study, also advocacy director for Seamless Bay Area, and wanted to strongly support the near-term recommendations, the Go Anywhere transit pass pilot, and the free transfers, and then urge the board to continue to encourage the future consideration of the tiers 3 and the COVID pandemic that has really hit transit ridership hard, and BART, the regional services, are the ones that are climbing up most steeply back, and fare integration is a really important way to help bring riders back to transit by making the system more convenient for people. The traditional peak hour white collar commute is may never be the same, and it's going to be that would already have been good before but are essential now in terms of making sure that more kinds of trips and more kinds of riders can be served by the transit system. In getting the word out about these recommendations, I got the word out to affordable housing groups who responded to me in minutes, because the idea of going from being able to provide a transit pass for a single agency to enabling affordable housing residents to go anywhere in the region is something that is really a powerful, people who are students, people who are low income. One stat I don't think was in this abbreviated version of the presentation was looking at the income levels of people who take a bus to BART or Caltrain, and those are the lower income people are the most likely to be dependent to those connections, and also the most likely to not even make the trip when you have to pay twice. So I, as previous speakers mentioned, urge BART to support these, take the lead, and look to the longer term for the more full and fair integration. Thank you.
Rafa Sonnenfeld, you may address the board.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Rafa Sonnenfeld. I live in Santa Cruz. I'm a transit rider. I regularly use BART, Caltrain, and Muni to see friends and family and to get to meetings in the Bay Area for my job. I wanted to support the staff recommendations for the near term as well, echoing the Seamless Bay Area comments and the East Bay Transit riders comments. In addition, I wanted to suggest that in the future, this organization look at expanding the relationships with other transit agencies in order to improve the regional connectivity of the transit system. For example, getting to Salinas, which is the largest city in the Central Coast and just an hour by car from San Jose, transit stations can require at least 3 separate fare systems, all of which actually use the same mobile platform, but they don't talk to each other, and they don't use the Clipper system. I found there's confusion in having single agent rider pass transit passes available when there's also the Clipper pass available. And I think it would be much simpler and increase ridership if the single agency transit passes were eliminated in favor of just having a regional transit coordinated system. Thank you very much.
Director Lee, that was the last public speaker.
Great, thank you so much, District Secretary. I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to call in and make the public comment today. I see a lot of board directors with their hands up, so I'm actually just going to go in order that I see these hands. So it'll be Director Rayburn, then Vice President Saltzman, then Director Ames, Director Duffy, then Director Simon. Do you want to go ahead and start, Director Rayburn?
Thank you very much, Director Lee. And I want to thank all the speakers who took their time to weigh in on this very important matter. And you've really reinforced a very important point to me, and that's that geography matters. And we can report on that certain aspects of a fair coordination may have a relatively small benefit region-wide. However, for example, the city of Alameda, which is an island, and nobody in Alameda gets on BART in Alameda. They take a bus. And some 20% of our riders at Fruitvale come from Alameda, and the majority on buses. I would like to see other improvements made there as well. But I have a couple of questions first, though, for Michael. One, would you please distinguish between fare capping and the unlimited monthly pass? Is there a distinction here?
Yes, Director, there's a difference. So in that tier 1 category, we evaluated a range of options, including fare capping, which means a rider pays normal prices for transit up to a certain cap, either a trip-based cap or a total dollar-based cap. So that's one policy. We evaluated passes, which are common in our region, of course, where a rider pays up front for unlimited rides for a period of time. And then under each of those two categories, we evaluated a number of different types of options, including the pilot proposal, which is specific to institutional or employer customers. So to be clear, the recommendations at this point do not include a proposal for fare capping for the broad transit riding public.
And when you talk about unlimited monthly passes, we're talking about multi-agency passes as well. So transfers are being included there, where fare capping does not include a transfer?
Not necessarily. So the policy itself doesn't speak to the interagency transfers. It would just be, so the versions of fare capping that we evaluated would be applied, were tested for all agencies. So if you took a certain number of trips on any Bay Area transit agency or paid a certain amount. And we tested those are reported in the study findings, but it's not one of our main recommendations.
Okay, in general, I'm a big proponent of fare capping. I heartily endorse that we move in that direction. I like the idea of the most expensive trip being the trip you pay for. And I heard a number of examples that would benefit from that type of a policy. I've also ridden on the Washington Metro and bought passes. Typically when I'm there, I buy a week pass, a 7-day, which is good on, not on the entire region, and it has some limitations for distance, but it does provide access on the subway as well as on buses. And I could see that the technology from that operation could be applied widely here in the Bay Area. And that's, again, part of what you're referring to, the Portland model?
So we discussed a number of places in this presentation, the Puget Sound region model, the Seattle model.
Okay.
Yeah. So they have, we've talked about two types of passes that they have. One is the institutional employer pass, which we're recommending to pilot a comparable product. They also have a multi-operator individual pass offering, which we've described here in our presentation. We think it has promise. It's not as cost efficient as our main recommendation. So the recommendation here is to do the employer pass pilot, learn some things, and potentially advance that or another pass proposal based on the findings.
Okay, and my last question for you is really, we had a commenter raise a very important point about Amtrak, ACE, Capital Corridor, of course. And we're working on a statewide Cal ITA, which would be a seamless fare mechanism statewide for all the passenger rail and connecting services. Are we looking to integrate something like that into this model? Is there a point where that could fit in?
I think there are certainly lessons from this study that could be drawn and applied to even broader geography. Our scope here was 9 counties, and that's what we've evaluated, but I think there are lessons that could be drawn.
Okay, well, again, I want to stand up for the constituents I have that currently get on a 50 in Alameda to get to BART, and push for a near term, all you can ride pilot pass. And with the institution and employees with the idea of eventually rolling it out on a larger basis. It'll give us valuable information in the near term. We need to get our feet in the water. And in the following year, I'm also very supportive of the individual pass similar to the Puget Pass or WMATAs that could be facilitated by the introduction of Clipper 2. And, you know, I'm not going to put any eggs in that basket because we've been told Clipper 2 is just around the corner for several years now. I don't want to cast aspersion on our colleagues at the MTC, but it is a program that's totally outside of our control, it seems. And so, you know, I'm afraid to even ask for something because then it'll be our fault that it's delayed again. So let's move forward with at least the first two steps. I'm very excited about getting to the big prize in the tiers 3 and 4, and we'll be pushing for those as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Next up is Vice President Saltzman. I will just note the time is 12:47. It would be great to wrap this up around 1.
Thank you. I'm really excited to see the results of the report and the recommendations, and just want to thank BART staff, MTC staff, all the advocates, everybody who's worked on this. I think, you know, as Alita said earlier on, it was very unclear for a while where this would land, and it's fantastic to see recommendations that we actually can implement, some very soon, some a little bit further away, and as Director Rayburn stated, dependent on Clipper. But it's exciting that we're going to move forward with some of this next year, not in, you know, 5 or 10 years, and that we have some identified funding to figure out how to at least start to move forward. I'm supportive of all the recommendations and really excited that potentially in just a couple of years, we could move forward with the free or reduced transfers. That is so huge for BART. There was one commenter who said, you know, BART's been against stuff like this in the past and hasn't tried to do this. We actually have. I think it was 2014 or 2015, the BART AC Transit Committee worked on this pilot together to have reduced transfer fees between BART and AC Transit. There already is a reduced fee, but it's a very small reduction. And so we had a steeper reduction and piloted it for about a year, and it was successful, but then we couldn't identify any regional money to help us continue that. And I think we found at that time that actually 2 agencies working together couldn't take on this big problem alone. And so it's exciting to see that we're looking to do this beyond a couple of agencies, get all the agencies involved. And it was great to hear Derek Sagehorn bring up how important this will be for our transit-oriented development projects. We just had a meeting earlier this week on El Cerrito Plaza BART about how we're going to deal with access, since staff is recommending reducing the parking quite substantially. That'll come to us in 2 weeks. But a key part of that is transit. And right now it's cheaper to park at BART stations than it is to ride transit, if you consider that you have to ride it both ways to the BART station and back home. So that doesn't make any sense. We can talk about parking pricing later, but this clearly would be a big help to incentivizing people to start taking transit for those who that's a good option for. And finally, I did want to uplift the comments of Adina Levin about how transit ridership is changing, and we're never going to be, or we're unlikely to be as dependent on the kind of 9 to 5 commuters as we were pre-pandemic. And so we're looking at people making different types of trips. They may still be work-related trips, maybe going to meet with colleagues, maybe going to a different work site than they used to work at because there are now more options from their company, and more people wanting to get out and do things out of their house because they're working from home all of their days or half of their days, and they're going to be more eager to get back out. And so that means different types of trips, not the ones that they had already figured out, already budgeted for. And if they go into Google Maps or some other app and they look up how to get there by transit, and they realize their trip is going to cost them $15 or $20, I think a lot of those people are going to get in a car and an Uber or Lyft. So this is really important as we kind of move towards the future of transit. Just really excited this is moving along. And I don't know if it's needed at this point, but I do want us to consider in the future a resolution in support of this. I do know there is still some skepticism at some of the transit agencies. And for some of these recommendations to move forward, we actually need every single transit agency in the Bay Area to buy into it. So I know we don't need our official buy-in at this point, but I'll work with staff. And if at the time that seems appropriate, I would like to bring forward a resolution in support of this and then share that with our fellow transit agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Saltzman. Next is Director Ames.
Thank you, Director Simon. Lee, sorry. So this is really a no-brainer given the traveling patterns that have changed. And if you look at the news this morning, or it takes a shot of the Bay Bridge in the morning and the 580, 680 interchange. Apparently that gets your attention because it's a parking lot, slower than ever. People are driving in, and these are the super commuters, I'm guessing, so I'm hopeful. I have a question for Mike, and I'm hopeful that we can implement tier 3 as soon as we can. And just kind of go through what Roland was asking, is like the regional to regional transfer. So if you take the Dumbarton Express, which might be $4, and then you transfer to BART, so that's another regional facility, the discount would apply. And what would that look like?
Sure, Director. Thanks for the opportunity to clarify. So Roland is pointed out correctly that my statement was not clear earlier. So the transfer discount proposal is for a local to regional or a local to local transfer. You pay for only the most expensive segment of your trip. So you get a discount, the price of the less expensive segment is discounted off. For a regional to regional transfer, you would get a fixed discount amount in the amount of roughly a minimum BART fare or a local bus fare.
So the minimum BART fare is, what is it, $250?
$210.
$210. Oh, okay. So still, it's a good deal, and that's a great incentive. And then again, to do the regional to regional connection, the reason I'm focusing on that is because I do want to see this expand to ACE and Capital and the San Joaquins. But regional to regional connections require a multi-party agreement. Is that what you had mentioned?
For tier 3 integration?
Yeah.
Yeah, so tier 3 integration would require a lot of pieces to fall into place. So in order for the regional agencies to have a shared fare structure, there would need to be a framework in place for decision making about fares. So there's a lot involved there, right? How do we pay for our system first and foremost is on the table, and then who's responsible for deciding. So it involves both important governance questions and important funding questions. So we can't answer all of those questions in this study. There's going to be other regional conversations on those subjects. So our proposal here is to continue to advance the thinking on tier 3, and also to point out that it performs well on a number of our metrics in our business case, so that the other conversations can take that into account.
Okay, well, I just want to encourage MTC and the next steps moving forward that we really push for a pilot on the regional to regional connectivity. Because I guess the purpose of this whole pilot is to show how much ridership we're going to gain, both locally and regionally, correct, Mike? I mean, this whole process is, okay, we're going to do the pilot, we're going to see the increase in ridership, and then we'll potentially fund the program, right? This is why we're doing the pilot, right? Correct? I mean,
so I do want to be clear, the proposal for transfer discounts includes, in the staff proposal, includes regional to regional, the discount. So the tier 3 integration, which is more complex, is moving beyond that, eliminating the fare barrier. It's about whether the regional agencies should all have the same fare structure. So BART, Caltrain, Golden Gate, should they all have the same pricing model, be it distance-based or zone-based? So it involves a broader set of management questions.
I see. Okay. So we are going to have regional to regional connectivity pilots.
Ultimately how we proceed on the transfer discounts proposal is going to be for consideration by the task force and ultimately the boards for any action. Whether we would want to just jump directly to full implementation on an open-ended basis, or whether it would want to be piloted on a time-limited basis, it's still to be decided. The staff recommendation here is to move forward with transfer discounts.
Yeah. So
what's the new regional? Sorry, what's the new regional funding we're seeking?
So the option for funding some of these initiatives is that the MTC Commission has made a vote to set aside up to 10% of the American Rescue Plan funds for initiatives associated with the Blue Ribbon Transit Recovery Transformation Plan. So that is a potential funding source that the Commission could allocate.
And then in the future, I guess we're going to be seeking other state funding, or I don't know what other regional funding would be deployed here, but I guess that's the big question after the pilot. So I encourage this to try to move to tier 3 as much as possible, as soon as possible. I don't know if we can, but right now I see the supercommuter is not being really addressed here. This ACE, Capital Corridor, San Joaquin benefit. These riders are coming from extremely far away. This would also support Link 21 to show if we could expand this discounting service from those systems to BART, for example, and then they take BART to San Francisco. That would be a huge indicator of the ridership that we could gain from these longer distance runs. So anyway, I applaud the efforts and I can't wait to begin. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames, for sort of digging in. We have 2 more comments from directors, from Director Duffy and then Director Simon. Would encourage you to keep your comments briefer and to the recommendations.
Even if I'm loving, I have to be brief. Is that how it works?
You're always good, Director Duffy.
Life isn't fair, okay? Michael, I'm sorry. I was going to speak even more in depth about your greatness and how much I appreciated the briefing that you and AGM Harehold provided. It was an awesome briefing. I'm really appreciative of all the work that you've done. There are a tremendous amount of nuances interfacing with a number of different agencies. And I know, all of us as directors are grateful for the skillful work. And I'm only sorry that Chair Lee is cutting me off, which is just devastating to me today. I just want to make a couple of other points. How wonderful it is to have heard from so many people who are excited about the steps that are being taken to create integration and to really promote more transit ridership, which is all of our responsibility to do that. And so I really want to thank you. I want to associate myself. I know Chair Lee and Chair Simon are also very supportive of what Vice President Saltzman has said about a resolution, and we want to do that. And then I just want to say, I don't mean to brag. I don't mean to boast. I'm not offering anybody toast. But I do want to say we have some very strong BART directors from San Francisco. And I think we all bring a lot of achievements and relationships. And so I just want to say that in addition to being strong supporters here at BART, I think that we are also going to reach out to all of our colleagues in San Francisco and support the work that is being done here and being advocated for. And we want to be shoulder to shoulder with you to make sure that San Francisco, as the heart of this, will be vibrant and engaged with it. Obviously, Muni's facing a lot of challenges. We're facing challenges, but San Francisco should be front and center making this happen. And you have my commitment, and I know the commitment of others on this board to do that. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Director Duffy.
Oh, I'm teasing. Oh,
You're-
come on. If I
you're
can't give
always
you a
welcome
bad
to
time. No,
give the
I'm just messing with you. You can
Yeah.
shut me down. Just
Director
shut my
Lee,
mic off.
I hope I can be less than 60 seconds and thank you.
You're
thank
all
you
good.
for-
You're all good.
Thank you
Go
for the
ahead, Director
time.
Simon.
I'm extremely excited about what's the recommendations in the presentation and the study. Here's what I would like. You know, I mean, I think, you know, when I believe it was Rebecca, Vice President Salzman and Director Lee, I might be mistaken, but who pushed us to vote on approving the principles within the seamless agenda. I'm so glad that we were out front. And I think we're in a point where BART can lead. And so on Monday, I know there's a critical conversation that our general manager will be on. And given that, you know, we have already stepped out publicly on record, supporting not just sort of the idea of seamless, but concrete principles. I'm hoping that we can actually continue to do what we've done, Bob, and see the forest from the trees and lead and think of, you know, the next decade. Think of what the next decade could be like. Two things just quickly in the next 30 seconds. One of the reasons, many reasons why I chose to run for this board, but it was one of those came from the Academy. And in 2015, Raj Chetty and Nathaniel Hurden, they produced a study from Harvard, the Center, from the Policy School, from the Kennedy School, that talked about the impact on neighborhoods and intergenerational mobility. And for me, they introduced an idea that I didn't know about, many of you, about the time tax that poor people pay in making decisions, not just where they live and where they work based on their income, but how they move. And if you've ever caught the 72 from deep Richmond down to Oakland, it takes you an hour and 25 minutes. And families are doing that every single day because of the price differential. Their times tax would be cut by 80% if they could just hop on the BART right at the station. They could be downtown to work, to send their kids to school, to buy groceries. There's about 1,000 instances like that in the Bay Area with 27 providers who, for many reasons, have refused to this point to deeply coordinate and not just think about ease and not just think about access, but actually think about transit justice and accessibility for low-income folks who unfortunately have the burden of this time tax. Bob, I'm really excited about hopefully what we'll be able to push forward on Monday. And I'm thankful to the Seamless community for moving forward, for pushing all of us, for advocating and creating really an organized community to think about what seamless transit could deeply look like. Not now, we're all in trouble. COVID has taken apart our industry, but we have to think about really 10, 15 years down the line and hopefully have action really next week. But we can actually dream a day where that mother can make a decision how to move forth throughout these systems that we've all created that have not spoken together because of time and because she actually has the resources to be able to make a choice to be on any of the 27 providers to get to where she needs to go. I'm really excited about these recommendations. Thank you so much, Director Lee.
Absolutely. So I'll keep my comments brief and then we'll end board comments. I mean, everyone said so much that I really agree with. I'll first just say, to be on record, I absolutely support these recommendations. I'm not sure if, the Fair Integration Task Force is going to make any kind of action or sort of approve these recommendations. I'd absolutely be open to a resolution of this sort before the BART board in the future. And I echo everyone who really just spoke really highly of the role that BART has specifically played. I'm really proud that BART, led by our own staff person, Michael Eisman, has stepped up to co-lead this process with MTC. There are 27 transit operators in the region, sure, but we are all different sizes and sort of all different regions. And for BART to be, covering the most territory and to be leading this process is really meaningful. I will just say when I started on the BART board 2.5 years ago and tried to have conversations with AGO and Pam Perhold about fare capping, this and that, there was a lot of like, but I don't know, there's the implications, really tough. And so I think what we've really done is laid out a really great process that's brought more folks along. We have, as BART, taken that regional leadership role. I think that's incredibly, incredibly meaningful. And I would just, urge other transit operators and their boards to engage in the same way. And I really, this has been a very thoughtful, data-driven, and engaging process. So all I'll say is I really support these recommendations. I think Director Ames, you make good points about how we're going to fund this. But I'm glad that, you know, there's already thoughtfulness about that for at least initial pilots. I would lastly just say, I, you know, am concerned about the quickness we can move forward with the pilots based on sort of the logistics of how we get a pilot started. I would absolutely encourage the fastest way we can at least attempt to roll out some smaller scale pilots. I would be very afraid if we had to go to literally 27 different transit boards just to get a pilot off the ground. So I would encourage, you know, Michael, you and the Fair Integration team and the task force to really think about what the quickest way we can get to implementation is, so that we can really get these different phases rolling. So with that, I'll end it. District Secretary, is there one last comment? Because perhaps we'll take this and then just end administration.
Caller with the area code 360, you may address the board. *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
I want to thank the board staff for unmuting me today. This is Joe Kunzler. And I'm just so grateful for all the comments by the board directors. I'm a huge supporter of Seamless Bay Area, and I am literally right now addressing you from Oakland. I just came here on a Elisa Trasta Express all the way from the airport, and I had to take AC Transit as well. I'm really excited about fare integration. I really appreciate everyone's enthusiasm about this. I have to say, last night I was up 2 hours. I want to conclude with this spot because I know Director Lee wants to get to a vote. I had to spend 3 hours last night in front of an Excel spreadsheet planning out my entire trip, trying to figure out the fares of 5 different agencies. And I'm really grateful that you guys are leaning in to get get some pilots going. And I'm just very optimistic for what's next. I do ask that Director Rebecca Saltzman's request for a resolution be put forward at a reasonable time in a reasonable way, because I think that it might be helpful down the line. Go BART, and thanks for having me today. Thank you. You may mute me now.
Thank you, Joe. All right, thank you everyone for your comments. We'll close out administration, so I'll pass it back to you, President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Lee. So looking at the time, and I know that we've got probably 90 minutes remaining for the last couple of items. I see those eyes. So I'm gonna recommend we take about I don't know, let's go with 15 or 20 minutes to people to grab some food. 1:30, we'll resume with our PAL committee. So that sounds like a plan. 1:30 PAL. All right, see everybody in a few. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum? You are muted.
You do. Their cameras are off,
Okay.
but they are on the meeting.
Just making sure. All right. So we are back on the record. Chairperson Rayburn, did you want to begin the PAL committee?
Certainly. Thank you, President Foley. We have 2 items on the PAL committee today, the Link 21 program, very exciting project, as well as a report out on the Silicon Valley BART extension. Are we about
Thank you,
ready?
Chairperson.
Take over.
Thank you,
Go right ahead, Carl Holmes.
Thank you. Carl Holmes, AGM Design and Construction. I wanted to introduce the Link 21 value capture update, and so I'll be handing this off to Sadie Graham, who's the project leader, and you have already been introduced to Jeff Morales, and we have Abigail Thorne-Lyman in case there's any questions that are appropriate for her to answer. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sadie.
Hi, directors. I think if you remember, when we spoke in May, you asked us to come back with a more detailed report on value capture per Link 21. So we are here today, and I have Jeff, who I'm going to hand it off to in a minute. But I did want you to know that we've been working through this internally with Abby, who is the acting director of the Real Estate and Property Development Group. And if you remember, the TOD policy does have a goal of value creation and value capture in order to enhance the stability of BART's financial base in the future by investing in programs to maximize the TOD goals. So I'll hand it off to Jeff right now, and he's drawing on his active experience and helping to provide guidance on the policy and stakeholder funding and guidance and other issues. So here you go, Jeff. Next slide, please.
Great. Thank you, board members, for the opportunity. Link 21 provides an opportunity to take a look at value capture, both for the new system as it gets built and potentially for the existing BART system. Under the heading of financial stewardship, I think we're
back one slide, please.
Slide, please. And potentially for the existing system under the heading of financial stewardship, really looking at how to get value out of assets to help diversify BART's revenue base, something the board has been very interested in before. As we talk about value capture, it's important to recognize it is a tool, and it plays into other strategies. And we are looking at value capture both in the context of an overall funding and financing strategy for the program, and also in the context of a comprehensive land use policy and how that fits into this. Next slide, please. When we talk about value capture really falls into 2 primary categories: land-based value capture and then the generation of revenues off of assets. And we start, though, with the idea that you well know that a public investment in something like BART creates a tremendous amount of value. And what we want to do by taking this issue on early in the process is do 2 things. One, optimize the value that can be created by thinking about how stations are planned, designed, where they're located, et cetera. And then working through the mechanisms that will be needed to capture that value back for public benefit as much as possible. Next slide, please. Again, we've started looking at this early in the program phase, in part because we want to identify things that may be long lead items, potential changes in legislation, changes in policies that might be considered as we go forward. And one of the very important considerations of this is understanding the relationship between equity and value capture and making sure that we are looking at the 2 in balance. If we looked out of balance and really focused on maximizing value, that could have significant negative impacts on equity through displacement and other things. So we want to make sure that we are building value capture in as a strategy, not only to prevent those sort of things, but to help deal with those sorts of things and support BART's other goals in addressing those issues. Next slide, please. So, we know, again, investment in the BART system has created tremendous value throughout the region. Unfortunately, there's some real constraints to being able to capture that value through land-based mechanisms. Two of the principal things, as we note here, are Prop 218 and 26, which set a number of hurdles in terms of the vote threshold, but also requiring a very special benefit be provided to property owners in order to capture value from them. The fact is, when it comes to benefit assessment districts, the effects of Prop 218 in particular have pretty much made it that agencies are no longer really looking seriously at using them because of the limitations of Prop 218. So we have to just be mindful of that. Next slide, please. But there are other mechanisms that are available and that BART and other agencies have used throughout the region. The creation of community facilities districts through Mello-Roos, TIFs, other things. BART has used, put together a $12 million CFD for the Pittsburgh station, as an example. Salesforce Transit Center generated $750 million in bonds through that same sort of mechanism. Every situation is different, and what you can do is different, but these are certainly the kinds of tools that we will be exploring as part of this process and bringing forward for BART's consideration as we go forward. It's also important to note, one of the good things about looking at this for Link 21 is these kind of mechanisms, I think, are understandably easier to apply with new facilities as opposed to trying to go back and retrofit or apply them to stations that already exist. Next slide, please. The other area of value capture is through ancillary revenues, and what that refers to is just generating revenues off of the facilities that are not part of the core mission, so to speak, of the agency. So what we're talking about are non-fare revenues here. And again, BART uses a number of these mechanisms. We'll be looking at these for Link 21 and potentially for how that might play out in the larger BART system. Looking at opportunities to raise additional revenues, perhaps beyond what's being raised now, and design, again, the new system in a way that would maximize those sorts of opportunities. And very importantly, again, want to note that the point of raising these revenues should be to advance other goals of the agency. And so it's not just raising money for the sake of raising money, but to tie them to other initiatives and to help advance equity goals and other things, so that as we build new stations, for instance, we're also building the communities around them and reinforcing the communities with the revenues that are generated. And with that, I'll turn back to Sadie.
Thanks. Next slide. So this just shows how the value capture work is part of the broader Link 21 timeline, and what we're ultimately driving towards, which is revenue generation to help build the project, provide the community benefits, and for future operating revenues. Go back a slide, please. In phase 1 and 2, as alternatives are identified, we'll be able to generate specific forecasts and estimates for the value capture based on actual locations and the existing or proposed land uses and policies surrounding those areas. And this will help guide the implementation and overall funding strategy. Our ability to implement some of the value capture tools we've outlined here will also have some influence on how the project moves forward, and I'll give 2 examples. First, the sooner we can make sure that we have the tools we need in place to capture increased value, the more likely it is we can ensure that the private sector doesn't capture that value before it can be diverted to community benefits. And second, the way in which we lay out the infrastructure for the stations and make budget decisions will impact our ability to capture value through tools like joint development. And we need to be smart about land banking and considering how the physical layout directly impacts the development potential. So next slide, please. So the next steps. As we've shown, our plan is to continue to advance the strategy, do our research and planning, engage with stakeholders, and develop a comprehensive strategy as part of the overall funding strategy. And that includes ongoing outreach and identification of any necessary legislation, coordination with local jurisdictions to ensure appropriate land use and zoning around station locations. And of course, we will look at value capture as part of the overall funding plan for Link 21, but also within the context of the broader BART interests. So we will look forward to hearing your input, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jeff and Sadie. Before we go to the board for questions and comments, I'd like to invite the public to work through our district secretary, and she will cue you up. I'm interested in hearing.
Roland, would you mind if we address the board?
Eric.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to say hi to Jeff Morales. Welcome aboard, Jeff. Long time no see. But moving on to value capture, yes, we did touch on the Trans-Bay Transit Center. I believe we're not even close to what we can achieve with that $2 billion investment. I believe we can actually quadruple the value capture by connecting that transit center to the East Bay. And this now brings us to the East Bay. And what we need to do as we move forward with Link 21 is to try to figure out where we could possibly build a replica on the East Bay and take it from there. And I'm gonna wrap up here to tell you what is possible. Some of you may have heard of the Crossrail project in London. And there's a single station that was built a long, long time and actually open for business before funding was done. It's called the Canary Wharf Station. It's right in front on the doorstep of the stock exchange. The entire Crossrail project is $20 billion. That single station that was built by the private sector for $800 million captured 1/3 of the entire $20 billion project. And last comment I'd like to make, and that's a personal comment. I've known Jeff for a long time. I know what he's capable of, and I think he can contribute a lot more to Link 21 than just value capture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roland, for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Rafa Sonnenfeld, you may address the board.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to comment and say that I strongly support the efforts to utilize some sort of value capture in order to improve the feasibility of transit-oriented development programs and for the public to benefit from the use of land for transportation purposes. We have a climate crisis, and I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir about the need to reduce vehicle miles traveled, the need for more folks to live close to where they commute, close to where they have options for transportation. And it's really important that the public benefit from the improvements to our transportation system and not have all of those the value that our public transportation system creates be taken by private interests. You know, this is a public benefit, and those that value should serve a public purpose. Thank you.
Good points. Next speaker.
Mark Molyneux, you may address the board.
Okay. Hello there, Mark Molyneux. I'm from California Common Ground, a land value capture group. And I just want to say, yeah, I think on one hand, it's great to look at all the success that BART and the other transit agencies, but especially BART, has done despite the challenges we've had. Without value capture, we've had our hands behind our back as far as revenue at the scale we need and so on. And I think you can look at the history of BART to say that we have made pragmatic steps to get funding in ways that were perhaps unavoidable at the time, but they've really doomed us. We've left countless billions on the table that we could be using now for, successful infrastructure at the scale we need. And worldwide, the best practices are clearly, using value capture to these extents, as mentioned in the presentation. So I think for this big project, it is really important that we do whatever we can to really push for what's right and what's at the scale we need, even though there are tremendous challenges. The constitutional challenges are tremendous. 13 to 86, to 18 and 26. And I think we have to look at, the hard path, both in, if we want to do this right, either taking on explicit carve-outs, such as, land value capture districts around transit, or smaller ways to achieve value capture in different ends. There's several of these methods mentioning for tax financing districts. One thing not mentioned, which is also worth considering, which I'd urge for, is land value increment tax districts, which is to say essentially capital gains on sales as far as the delta of land value. And also to look at land subsidy. Insofar as right now there is the capacity for transit agencies to take land, build upon it, and then realize the increased value. BART at the moment is at a huge obstacle to this, is the fact that they can only buy after. They can't get ahead of it, which is way out of line with best practices. So I think continuing to work with the Sacramento in order to allow BART to achieve on level footing and then also have an edge. To create land subsidy for our agencies can be a matter of giving them privileges for development above the standard, which is essentially allowing them to more or less create land value, even if they buy after the fact. But I just want to say, compared to other agencies, including my home VTA, BART is leading on TOD, and I believe it will continue to lead on value capture. And I really look forward to seeing how this develops. And thank you for your work.
Thank you for your comments.
Derek Sagehorn, you may address the board.
Hi, this is Derek Sagehorn. I'm speaking in support of the staff report and the framework for value capture today. I just want to say, first of all, I appreciate the presentation from staff. They got the mandate from the board to come back with something like this last year, and they did a really good job. I really appreciate that they're trying to incorporate equity into the framework, including anti-displacement measures. In my mind, that revenue that we potentially capture, it's not just to building new construction, but in places that are sensitive communities or equity priority areas, acquiring existing filtered housing, funding tenant right to counsel, and other kind of just anti-displacement measures. That's going to be really key to getting this right. I hope they can, staff and the board can work through these kind of potential statutory challenges and changes to drive this forward. But keep in mind the potential for value capture across the system in our legacy stations that will benefit from the landowners around these existing legacy stations that are going to benefit tremendously from a transformative rail investment across 21 counties and a potential second Transbay tube. I just want to make sure we're not leaving that potential revenue on the table, because there's going to be tremendous gains from that as well. I also appreciate Ms. Graham's comment about the necessity of budgeting from the BART board to ensure that we're actually able to land bank for this TOD value capture. I understand that BART has it has a scarce budget and there are a lot of competing priorities, but setting aside money so Link 21 and BART and CCGPA can purchase land prospectively, assemble these parcels, and get ahead of the speculators is really going to pay dividends in the future, given the level of investment we're considering. And finally, I love the comment about how important it is to design our stations that maximize value, meaning making sure we're not over parking stations, that we're not building monumental stations, that we're focusing on getting riders as quickly as possible to their destinations. These are the type of things that can maximize value and help create the potential for transit-oriented development value capture as well as tax fee value capture. So, as others have said, I think this is a really exciting report. I really encourage staff and the board to, support this and go further because, we're really setting the stage for a massive investment in the system, and we got to make sure that we are doing the most we can to capture that value in equitable ways now and not in 2030 or 2040. Thank you.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Robert Rayburn. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. This is very important, and we have to pay for it. And I think certainly any funding for this needs to be broad-based. It shouldn't be about selling to the highest bidder. I think about various taxes that have been enacted. I think in New York City, there's something called a mansion tax that pays for the MTA apart. But because it's not broad-based, it's very volatile because there aren't a lot of mansions in the world compared to everything else. So it shouldn't be about trying to sell proverbial mansions, but trying to reach as many people as possible. So I'd rather build a lot of homes and offices for the people of modest means than a few so-called mansion type items. So we have to be broad-based in this. Nothing against mansion taxes, but that can't be the only thing. But I'm looking, probably the closest template we have, I think, for our project is Gateway in New York and New Jersey. And New Jersey Transit just let a $1.5 billion contract at their meeting, I think 2 days ago, to build the new Portal North Bridge, to replace an old bridge. And that's part of the work of Gateway, to have a seamless connection between New York and New Jersey, and the possibility of an addition to Pennsylvania Station, 8 tracks to the south, last I read. So these are multi-billion-dollar projects that are going to require a lot of foresight, and the wealth is there. But again, it's not going to come from the volatility of the higher echelons. It has to be sustainable going forward. It could require a broad-based sales tax, which Caltrain just passed a 1/8% tax last year. So this project is going to have to be aspirational, as I said before. Not going to repeat anything about double gauges and double power systems, but the tolling that we can get from running more kinds of vehicles through this system will work to our advantage. This has to be the largest, most inclusive system that we can, that can include the most modes, because that's what the people system is all about. Thank you.
Yes, inclusive. Thank you.
Joshua Hahn, you may address the board.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Josh Hahn from California Common Ground. I want to thank staff for spending time on this presentation and this report on value capture for Link 21. I'm really happy to see that there's been an effort to leave no stone unturned when it comes to the ways that we can recapture the value from transit to both improve service and create more equitable access to transit. This includes everything from existing tools that were mentioned, like tax increment financing, community facilities districts, a revival of legislation like the transit benefits assessment districts, assuming we get exceptions to Prop 218, and then also expanding transit's agency's ability to finance land banking. And what I mean by this is that BART should have the ability to acquire land near current and future stations and pay for it by issuing revenue bonds, maybe funded by long-term leases for transit-oriented development. That should leave plenty of residual land value for BART to fund capital improvements, operations and maintenance not to mention subsidies for meeting all of the equity goals. Link 21 is going to be a big regional effort, which requires coalition building with local partners and communities. But for some of the more ambitious value capture mechanisms, I hope staff and the board can reach out to other transit agencies across the state of California and share this report and presentation to begin to build a statewide coalition that supports the changes that we need at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Director Rayburn, that was our last public speaker.
Well, thank you very much. And to all the speakers, and this is a momentous occasion that we're able to discuss items out in front and in a separate forum than the broader discussion we had about Link 21 2 weeks ago. So I would like to ask for members of the board. I see Director Salzman, followed by Director Ames, followed by President Foley.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for all your work on this. It's great to see that you're taking this seriously, that you're really exploring all the options that are on the table. We might find out that not all of these options are worth pursuing, but I think at this point you're taking a good approach, which is looking at everything. I also want to thank all the public speakers who've come here today and who've spoken in the past about value capture. I think it's clear we're going to need your help because some of the most promising strategies here are going to require some changes to state law. So we're going to need some serious advocacy to help make that happen. So I think we're all in this together, and it's great to see so many people committed to this issue. So I don't have any questions or specific comments on the strategy. I'm just glad to see it moving forward and look forward to you coming back and us continuing to make this more of a real strategy. And I'm committed to doing the work that the board needs to do to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Salzman. Director Ames.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my concern. I guess that Sadie had brought this up, that we don't want the sector to take advantage and get most of the value capture. So we need to do joint development. And I think that's really key here with this mega project. And I keep bringing up this system that we're using to get access from Sacramento to San Francisco. We're using a very old, overloaded freight system. It's privately owned, and it's got problems, congestions, there's delays. And you see that even more now with this, the ports and all of that cargo, those containers are sitting out there in the bay, especially in Long Beach. They said, because Long Beach is the biggest port in the United States, that they can't get their product out for 6 months. We're going to have ships out there waiting. And I think this is long overdue, this discussion and talking about, where we have underinvestment, you can see with freight. And you see highways getting investments from the federal government. You see aviation getting federal government funds, but not rail, not heavy rail. And so what happens is the public has little leverage because we can't exercise public, eminent domain. With the public pays large sums of money for to use to upgrade a private system, UP and BNSF systems, rail systems. And we fix up these systems, this infrastructure, just to get access, So it's really critical that we talk about the issue with freight and how we can have some kind of public-private partnership. And then I thought, well, I know this is a stretch, but don't panic. This is just an idea. But I had talked to Jeff about this and Sadie during the briefing, and I thought, well, if we're going to be considering a new crossing, and assuming it's going to be compatible with the gauge or the width of the freight tracks, which is not 5'6". It's less than that. Which BART uses 5'6" as the width for the track system, which is unusual, but freight doesn't use this. Thinking about this, well, why can't we partner with the ports and help distribute freight? And this would be, I know this is possibly a crazy idea, but to try to get freight income, revenue streams by using this potential other crossing. I'm just throwing that out there as a revenue stream because Union Pacific and BNSF, this private rail systems, obviously think it's more profitable to move freight because than passenger rail, because we always take a back seat to freight. We're always in second position. So it's clear that Union Pacific is looking at freight as being more profitable, but we've got thousands of miles of private sector rail lines that have not been maintained. It reminds me of PG&E. It's overloaded, it's aging. And I would like to see BART staff and the team look at what the critical infrastructure needs are between Sacramento and Oakland, so we have a reliable system. To me, you can't have value capture unless you look at this critical component of infrastructure and how we're going to fix the infrastructure, who's going to pay for this. And it's time to really come up with a public-private partnership to move freight and passengers. The Oakland Port, just end it with this, the Oakland Port trucks out 90% of container ships. And just think about all the trucks on our highways. Interstate 80 has been upgraded. They raised all the interchanges to allow for larger trucks to pass underneath these interchanges. We spent billions of dollars on our highway systems to move truck freight. And it's only going to get worse unless we start talking really heavily about, reinvesting in our freight infrastructure. And we really need the federal government to help like they do with aviation and our highway system. So please, I hope we come up with a comprehensive plan. This is very complicated and it's not just passenger rail. So anyway, hopefully we'll get there with your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Ames. President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. I wanted to say thank you to Sadie and Jeff. I thought this was a really educational and thoughtful presentation, and thank you to our public commenters. Some great ideas, so I appreciate that. It does take a village to come together and try to solve this issue. So thank you for the support. And I do support what we're trying to do here with the land value capture and moving forward with this. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to remove our reliance on revenue coming directly from the fare box. This is a good opportunity for us to try to stabilize that. I do have a concern though, and my primary concern is around displacement. And how do we handle issues where families that live paycheck to paycheck are going to be impacted by this? How do we handle that?
Hi, directors. This is Abby Thorne-Lyman, acting director of real estate at BART. So, yeah, a lot of the efforts around displacement, anti-displacement measures in the region are focused on both preservation of affordable housing, either naturally occurring affordable housing or affordable housing that is subsidized where those units are expiring, and protections, tenant protections. So I think it is definitely possible to put value capture mechanisms in place that are focused on those two strategies, protection and preservation. There's a lot of work around housing preservation happening right now, and including with Project Home Key, where hotel rooms and single room occupancy rooms are being made available for individuals. And so I think if we could allocate a revenue stream towards those from a value capture mechanism, like an enhanced infrastructure finance district, that's definitely something the state would love to see happen, as well as, for legal counsel for tenants who are experiencing who are at risk of displacement and eviction. So It's just a question of there's going to be a finite amount of value we can capture. And I think one of the discussions we really need to have moving forward is to whom will that be allocated and how much towards which of these public benefits.
But how would we address the issue around someone who's a single family homeowner? Grandma lives in the house, she's on a fixed income, and now we're going to increase property taxes to the point where she could be displaced. How does that decision factor into this? Can we have a carve out for like single or multifamily dwellings?
Well, I'll start and Jeff can jump in. You know, I mean, some of the value capture tools don't necessarily increase the assessments or taxes on individuals. So that's where like tax increment financing, for example, could come in, where, you know, Proposition 13 would protect those individuals, and then you know, the value increment, the value increase would be on new developments. Jeff, do you want to add anything else on that?
Sure. I think you can address that problem potentially on the front end and on the back end of it. You can set up a financing district with carve-outs and different provisions for different types of property owners potentially, and then, as Abby has talked about, use the revenues then also as a tool to help protect against displacement in that sort of way and provide funding back into the community. So your concern is well noted, and there are mechanisms absolutely to deal with it, and that would be the intent, is to make sure that they are in balance.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Abby. I appreciate that, and I look forward to further conversations down the road. Thank you.
Any other directors wish to speak or ask questions? I would like to just comment that I've really learned a lot from the speakers today, as well as some of the comments by the board, particularly President Foley's query about equity and gentrification. Overall, I think that value capture does represent an opportunity not only to achieve very important climate goals, but also it's the antidote to gentrification. Let's just turn back the clock. And one of the commenters, Mark Molyneux, said, without value capture, our hands are tied behind our backs. And if we look at BART in the early 70s, I recently participated with the American Institute of Architects in a workshop where we looked at were there TOD, transit-oriented development plans, in 1972. And there really weren't. It was all about building a system. In very few drawings that we dredged up, and I had a whole group of architects very much in the know, we couldn't find but a handful that showed new construction anywhere near a BART station, and only one that showed anything that looked like density going up around a BART station. It wasn't part of the thought process. And about 20 years ago, I visited the site that Roland Lebron mentioned, Canary Wharf in London. It was formerly the East End. You can read about what the East End looked like at the turn of the 19th century when Jack London visited it and wrote about it. And it's a tremendous place. It tends to be a little more toward the high-end office residential. And so I think important lessons have been learned by looking at places like that and what we've done with our own transit-oriented development policy and pushing to, again, have an antidote to displacement and gentrification by building a supply of affordable housing, of affordable rents for commercial businesses so that we're not displacing the local small businesses and nonprofits. That's the goal. And we can only get there by setting out, these are our goals at the outset. Once we've laid the track, it's too late to come back and say, oh, yes, we forgot to try to plan for good communities to come out of this. So I'm so appreciative of where we're at today and outlining the early needs that we have. We have a number of things we need to resolve early on, making sure that policies between BART and the Capital Corridor are perfectly melded, as well as working on any legislative needs that we might have in advance. So let's continue this discussion. I think it will go on for the next 10 years. In the details, at least, for 10 years, but I expect within the next 5 years, we'll have hammered out most of the ideas that we want to see happen and be charting a course for a whole new mega region. And that's what we're talking about. It's so difficult for most people to get their hands around this project. So with that, I'm going to close the item. Thank you to Abby and Jeff and Sarah for your hard work on this project. It's really showing through, and you've engendered quite a bit of public attention already. So I look forward to a continued discussion. We'll turn next to the Silicon Valley BART extension. In particular, we want to look at the phase 2 and with an idea of the station designs and the project updates here. So would you give us a briefing on that, Carl?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. The purpose of today's presentation is just to give a brief update on where we are today relative to the last update, and also in advance of tomorrow's joint BART VTA committee meeting. If we could start with the next slide, please. So you have all seen this before, but I am reminding everyone about the different configurations of the 6-mile extension, and then also the 4 stations, 3 underground, 1 at grade, and the Newhall Yard and maintenance facility in Santa Clara. If we go to the next slide, please. So the cost estimate and funding plan has not changed, although there are some minor adjustments on the finance charges, but what you see today is fairly consistent. The FTA has notified VTA about its intent for an LOI, a letter of intent. That is now with Congress for their 30-day review period. So VTA is expecting, we're all hopeful that we hear something in the very near future. This will basically allow for VTA to continue forward with their procurement of construction contracts. Of course, the EPD, or the Expedited Project Delivery grant, that is a major part of it, with the 25% of the project cost for the full funding grant agreement. Next slide, please. So BART has been working extensively with VTA, but the major effort in terms of our staff has been solidifying the design criteria manual and requirements. And we are about 98% complete. 2 of the packages are at 100% complete, and 1 is at 97% complete. That's for the systems contract. And then the underground stations is also 100%, as well as the tunnel and track is 100%. And then the 94%, that's for the Newhall Yard and Santa Clara Station. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned in the previous update, there are 2 contracts that VTA plans to
have board approval for summer of 2022, and that's the systems contract as well as the tunnel and track work. An update for those procurements as of the last presentation is that for the systems contract, VTA has issued a draft RFP, and that's for the two teams that have been shortlisted. And then the next steps for that contract will be one-on-one meetings with the proposed bidders, and that will happen this month. And then the official RFP will be issued later this year. For the tunnel and track work, we have an RFP that was issued in last month, and those are due in December, early December. But if there are any issues that require an addendum, we're still confident that we can hit the mark for end of the calendar year. For the other two contracts that are set for award in summer of 2023, that's the Newhall Yard and Santa Clara Station. At this point, the RFQ, the request for qualifications, was issued last month, and responses for those are due in November of this year. And then for the underground stations contract, responses to the RFQ were received, and they're now being evaluated at this time. And then the RFP will be issued as it's ready for release. Next slide, please. So this slide shows some of the same information I just presented, except it shows the timeline, and we're still tracking roughly 2028 for substantial completion for the contracts. And then at that point, BART we will conduct our system testing and working with the CPUC for rail acceptance and revenue service. And so that has not changed as of the last presentation. Next slide, please. And so the next steps are to fully finalize the design criteria. As I mentioned, we're at 98% complete, and to continue to support VTA with all the procurements. As I mentioned in previous presentations, BART is involved in every step of the way. We have representation that are involved in the RFQs, the RFPs, not just the creation of the documents, but also in the meetings with the industry leaders, meetings with the bidders and vendors, and also on the evaluation panels of the RFQ responses and the actual RFP submittals. And then, of course, tomorrow at 9 a.m., we have our joint BART VTA committee meeting hosted by VTA. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Chairperson Rayburn, for public comment and board questions.
Thank you, Carl. And I see Alita Dupree's hand is up, as well as Roland's. District Secretary, would you queue up the public comments?
Yes. Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Robert Rayburn. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I'm following this, and I'm really looking forward to this phase 2 coming into its fullness. I have still not got to use the phase 1 yet, though when San Jose is more reopened, I plan to. And I continue to maintain the support for ensuring that this project is finished all the way through to Santa Clara for 2 reasons. First of all, Caltrain only runs once an hour. Second of all, we need the yard space. So we have to make sure that we stay with this. As far as double versus single boring, I'm neutral on that. I'm fine with it either way. I rode through various other tunnels that are single bore, such as the Twin Peaks Tunnel, which I'm sure all of you know about in San Francisco. And there are some single board tunnels in New York City, and the large single board high ceiling stations in Washington, D.C. It is essential that we get moving on this quickly, and I know a lot of this is out of our hands because this is largely a BTA project, but we're going to be operating on it. So we have to have a say. So I'm looking, I think I'm going to try to make it to this committee meeting tomorrow. We're going to discuss this more in depth, but I think we're onto something good here. Lastly, I would liken the Santa Clara extension to much like when the 7 line in New York was extended. 7 line used to terminate at Times Square, 42nd Street and 7th Avenue. And now you can ride it about another 1.5 miles to a place called Hudson Yards. It's a big place with an observatory and lots of good food. And there's a vessel there and a shed and all kinds of other things. I wish they built the intermediate station at 41st and 10th, but who knows? So I call it the fish hook. Let's make sure that this project is completed in its fullest form. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree.
Roland, you may address the board.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So as I mentioned earlier, but I'm going to talk a lot about this because I'm going to stick to the presentation that you saw. But I did mention earlier that I just finished an alternate proposal for what we're going to be doing down there. But one of the big issues that drove that effort was equity, especially equity between the west side and the east side. And I believe Director Rayburn is very familiar with the West End and East End in London. We've got the exact same situation in San Jose. And one of the solutions that was put on the table right now, well, let's not, disrupt downtown too much, and let's go around dumping 750-foot, trenches left and right of downtown. Well, all that's gone. Okay, and that's enough of that. But now moving to the presentation that you saw, there are more issues. First of all, some of you familiar with what's going on with MTCF, now involved the FTA, are becoming familiar with the fact that the VTA have been keeping 2 sets of books. So the cost of phase 1 was much higher than what was advertised. It's actually closer to $5 billion than the 2.4 whatever billion dollars VT are quoting. And that in turn had a dramatic impact on the sales tax measures and on the debt service moving forward, which right now is only at $70 million a year. So moving on to the funding plan that they had, this expedited project. Well, yeah, they wanted the funding very fast. Instead of going to the effort of going to a federal New Start application, just like everybody else, just like the TJPA is doing right now for the downtown extension. And the impact on us is tremendous. It is $4 billion on local sales tax transportation measures. 2 half cents taxes, each generating $250 million a year, are getting dinged for $2 billion each. That is a big impact. I'm going to respectfully suggest that you revisit this. But wrapping up, I don't know where you saw the stations. We are extremely, I can stress this more, extremely unhappy with the design, both in terms of safety, which I think you're all aware of, access from both sides of the road, lack of seamless connection with other modes of connectivity, and last but not least, and the mayor of San Jose just brought it up, it's making it impossible to do value capture because it's impossible to build anything above this massive whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeBrun. Do we have any other speakers?
We do not.
Anyone from the board wish to ask questions, make comments? Director Ames?
Yes, I really appreciate Roland's critique because we want to make sure we're doing the best we can in the design build process. And I've frequently asked for value engineering or white paper on the options that we've explored in the past and why we're going down this route. So I thought that VTA said that they were going to provide something like this. So I don't know, Carl, do you recall VTA talking about looking at the options we had in the past and why we went forward? Because it's not, it seems like this keeps coming up, the design and how we got there and the expense of it. I don't know, Carl, if you can answer that one, but.
So Director Ames, yes, it does keep coming up. And I'll say that I'm pretty sure VTA will be willing to answer that tomorrow when we have our joint committee meeting, and I'll make sure that they're aware of that question. I do recall that they were going to provide something, and so we can make sure that still happens. I just need to make sure that I am clear that we, both agencies, agreed to move forward with this configuration with the idea that VTA is in charge of seeking the funds for this project, and we would be support. We have the support role for the project. Now, at the same time, we also have to make sure that what is designed and constructed meets our standards. And if we didn't have standards at the time, we would develop the standards in a design criteria, which is what we have spent many, many months on to get to a point to where we can help guide the design build effort. And we will still be involved in the design review, and certainly during the construction phase. So given that we reached that agreement in terms of allowing for the project to move forward, going back to continue to ask, how did we get here? I just want to make sure that effort is productive, but I'll take an action to make sure that you get information that you're asking for, so that at least we can make sure that the story is told in the right way.
Thank you, Carl. Yeah, it's difficult, but there's a lot of history there. We made decisions along the way. But to have this transparency, it's almost like, now we're Roland is questioning how much money was spent. And it's like, do we need an inspector general to look at this? But I just think it's more transparency, the better. And I appreciate your response. And then the other question I had was regarding construction inflation. So when the design build teams come up with a proposal, I guess I can ask this tomorrow. Are they going to include construction inflation and to the midpoint of construction? Or, these projects are so huge, you'd think that construction inflation would be factored into their proposals.
So inflation or escalation is included, and I don't recall the exact percentage, but I know that it's included in line with FTA regulations. So we can make sure that answer is also provided tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, I'd just like to know what the construction inflation is, even on the cost estimates. I think I've asked this before at BTA, and I haven't seen that line item because, this number is probably going to go up, and they always go back to construction inflation. That's usually a typical excuse. And there's all these unknowns as well when you do a construction project this large. So I expect overruns, but typically they say construction inflation is a big chunk of why a project went way over budget. And then finally, I know this is kind of we can't answer this, but I'm trying to get the big picture of how this system ties into the airport, the San Jose airport. I thought of, BART, how BART started, and I guess maybe Director Rayburn knows the history of the Oakland airport, but this connector that came in from Oakland Airport to BART seemed like an afterthought, and the connector's not getting used as we'd hoped. Hopefully this happens in our lifetimes. We see it getting used more and more. It's very convenient. I'd like to hear from VTA staff, Carl, of what's the big picture here? If San Jose, wants the Grand Central Station of the West, well, most great cities connect their systems to the airport. And I just like to know, I'm sure they're working on a project. I mean, we haven't seen how this integrates. And that goes to the other comments we see. What's the integration? We know we're lacking both sides of the street, access to both sides of the stations. That's not funded right now. Only one side of the street is funded because, you know, it's a huge project. And I would like to know the master plan of how we connect to the airport. And I'll bring this up tomorrow, but that's all I have. Thanks, Carl. I don't know if you have anything to say on that, but it's kind of another.
I'll just say that I know VTA is working on that as a separate initiative. It may even be wrong to say VTA is working on it. They're working with the city of San Jose on it. And I know that the mayor is looking at some innovative ideas. So I don't want to steal their thunder, but okay. I have talked to them about that. They have some ideas on how to transport passengers to the airport.
That would be fabulous to see how that all gets integrated. But I know that's a separate project, but I think it's really important. So thank you, Carl. Thanks for to the team. Hopefully it's coming along soon and we'll meet that 2028 timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director Hartland. You're muted.
Can we go back to slide number 2, please?
Oh, no.
Okay. In relationship to the stacked configuration that is still there, I haven't gotten any specific feedback from our fire protection engineer in relationship to the safety and evacuation ability, if there's such a word, of the stacked portion. We had talked about the width of walkways and the evacuation rate and a whole bunch of other stuff, but I haven't seen any kind of a detailed information on that. And please give me an update.
So Director Hartland, thank you for that. I do know we're not able to brief you, but I can say that the last briefings that we had with you on this topic, we're still advancing in that direction. When we showed you the covered walkways that were protecting passengers in the event of an emergency, as well as allowing for first responders to insert themselves into the tunnel to help those evacuate. We had and still have a fire life safety, security and safety committee that consists of BART employees and consultants, VTA employee and consultant, as well as the fire departments in San Jose and with Santa Clara. And we have made significant progress in terms of getting approvals from both fire departments in regards to what's been provided as of this date. And so we can make sure that between now and tomorrow morning, we could give you a better update to make sure that you have that similar satisfaction, or if there's questions you have. But we feel really good about where we are with the egress as we presented to you before.
I think it was pointed out to me that I'm supposed to be on that Fire Life Safety Committee. How many times have they met?
I think you may have requested to be on the committee, but we had the committee as at staff level, and we said that the committee at times of at intervals of progress that we would be happy to brief you, but we talked about keeping the committee at staff level.
I think that let's go ahead and take this conversation offline. All right.
Are you finished?
We can either discuss it this evening, later on this afternoon, or it'd probably probably be better if we ended up wrapping up this portion of the discussion before the meeting tomorrow morning.
I will make myself available happily.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm very amazed, actually, that we've reached what represents a monumental agreement on fire life safety on the project, and that's a big step forward for us. Thank you for sharing that, Carl. I also want to just share my appreciation that on the slide we just looked at showing the map, that you've included the color coding of which segments are what and where the duct network or the vents are located, as well as a very up in the upper right-hand corner is an illustration of the Little Portugal station, showing elevators going up from either platform. But when I look at page 4, it's still a squint map illustration. I look at that over-under layout of which would be the downtown stations, Diridon and downtown San Jose. It looks like in that illustration, all the passengers would go through one exit on each of the platforms. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I hope it's a big door, a very big door. I've seen a couple of systems with such design, most recently in Mexico City, that could work. But I still have a concern about passenger convenience, and particular access to both sides of the street. And I wonder, are there discussions to include knockouts so that this design that is being put forward can be expanded to provide access on both sides of the street?
So yes, Director Rayburn, the project is looking at, they're looking at installing a knockout panel, particularly at the downtown San Jose station. And that is to allow for a future project to connect, which would provide access from both sides of the street. And so this is working with the city of San Jose, because I know that they're also, it's a priority for them. And so that's something that the project is including in the project. Now for the Diridon station, I recently learned that they are, it's not currently in the project, this knockout panel, but they're working through logistics of either, when you look at the SAP event volumes, as they work with the city, I know that Santa Clara Street is closed during events. I'm not saying that's the final answer, but that's what they're looking at, and they're focusing on the intermodal station at Diridon in terms of providing access between the two locations.
Okay, well, I'll ask one more question, and I saw you must have triggered Director McPartland to have another question. I don't have a question, but I just want to give you another shout out that I appreciate on that same illustration on page 4, that systems became #1. And it clearly appears to me that there are important lessons learned, that we don't want delays with interconnecting systems at the last minute. So I appreciate all the heavy lifting that's being done at the outset here. And we have people that are embedded from BART in San Jose.
Yes, Director, we have a number of people that are embedded. Each of the contract packages has a deputy project manager, and so that's a BART representative, BART employee. We also have staff that is dedicated to the project at higher levels, at group manager and assistant chief levels. And then we also have employees that are in the engineering and maintenance that when needed have been very supportive, especially all the hard work that's been done and is still happening on the design criteria manuals. And then we're also looking at staffing up as we go from this milestone of the design criteria to get into the actual design and design review. So we will be staffing up our teams to make sure that we can continue to be supportive and not be a drawdown on resources for our core system projects that we have currently.
Great. Good work. Let me turn back to Director McPartland.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Carl, I got to tell you that the last thing I remember that we had a discussion on the issue that Director Rayburn brought up was egress to both sides of that street. And the last briefing that I recall, that was being planned, not as a knockout for the future, but it was going to end up being adopted into the current plan. Where did I miss the boat on that? Or could you end up clarifying my misconception, please?
So what we presented to you was the fact that BART had indicated in the past that we wanted to have access on both sides of the street, as well as the city of San Jose wanted that same priority. However, the project did not make that commitment. They did say that they would consider adding knockout panels so that there could be another access point on the south side of Santa Clara Street, but then it would have to actually tunnel perpendicular to the main tunnel by crossing the street and tying into the vertical circulation. So there was never a firm commitment from the project to install that access, but we did indicate that that's something that we were looking for, and that's something that the city of San Jose was looking for. But given the financial constraints as well as the environmental clearance process, that's when VTA said they would consider doing it as a separate project, and by adding these knockout panels to allow for better connectivity in the future.
Wow. I'll take that one offline too.
Yeah. Well, one can only urge that the necessary land acquisitions being looked into to create the vertical circulation. I think that brings us to a close here, and I'll turn it back over to President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. Let's turn to item number 9, our General Manager's Report. GM Powers, the floor is yours.
Thanks, boss. A couple of updates. Let me start with thanking Director McPartland, or first Vice President Saltzman, Director McPartland, and Director Rayburn. The four of us participated earlier this month, just two weekends back, I guess, in the Oakland-Berkeley Firestorm event at the Rockridge Station. It was quite moving, and the event commemorated, it was the 30th anniversary of that devastating fire, and we collectively, with the City of Oakland and many others, honored the 25 people who lost their lives in that event, and thank you all for attending that. And then the following week, Director Lee and I attended the San Francisco Labor Council banquet there. Many other elected officials from San Francisco were there, but Director Lee, thank you for participating in that. Last Tuesday, just a few days ago, October 12th, BART staff with the City of El Cerrito hosted a virtual workshop to discuss the TOD project. I just wanted to, just a shout out to Director Salzman and Director Simon. You've been completely plugged in and just great in helping navigate those discussions, and just much appreciated from, you know, Val and Abby and everybody. And it's my understanding that we had over 100 people there. So thanks to your leadership. And Director Salzman, you're right. I think you said earlier today we're coming back on the 28th with some recommendations there. So we're on schedule for that. Again, with Vice President Salzman and I, we were out just this last week. Salzman kicked off our, what we call soundtracks at the downtown Berkeley station. It was lovely, and she had a press event as well. But, you know, this is a program that we're piloting at 4 stations. The board has been notified of this on several occasions, I think. But it's a partnership between External Affairs and the art program and many others at BART. They take place at Thursday evenings. That was the initial one this past Thursday. Tonight, it's at the Concord station. It's going to be a reggae band there, so that looks to be very inviting. And then the 2 other locations are going to be at Fruitvale Station and Glen Park Station, trying to, you know, throughout the region there. We had a busy week next week. The San Francisco directors and I are going to have a series of meetings with the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. And we're going to be talking about BART funding needs and how BART is local, and, you know, just talking with the Board of Supervisors about the importance of BART in the region. So thanks for the 3 directors attending those meetings with Pam and I. I would point you to a workshop that's going to happen on October 27th and 28th. That's in 2 weeks. I know the 28th is our board meeting as well, but it's over at the MTC Commission. And it's going to be a workshop on the, you know, current thinking and, you know, brainstorming on how we're going to implement the transit transformation action plan that BART was, you know, very much engaged in coming out of the Blue Ribbon Task Force. So, and I think that currently it's going to be on Wednesday as part of that. Nancy Wieland and I think you all know Nancy. She fronts Marin Transit and is a leader up there and is a regular member of our Monday morning meeting. She and I are going to kind of walk the commission through the perspective of the operators. So it really is a collaborative effort there. Listening tour is going well. Yesterday, Alicia and I were out at 24th Street and spent a lot of time up on the plaza at the platform. At the platform and then up on the plaza, we talked to the team administering the COVID tests out there, and good input from the station agents and our frontline employees down there. And then the other one is Alicia is working with SF State. We're going to do a listening tour at Daly City, and it's going to be tied to student leaders at SF State who use the Gator Pass, and try to glean some data there on how that's working and how that can improve. And so we haven't scheduled that yet. We're working with the San Francisco State there. Ridership, I'm going to take Pam's notes here, but highest ridership that we've had was this on the 8th of October, 120,000. And so, you know, we're coming back up. The following Saturday, we were at 88,000, just under 89,000, and Sunday, 56,000, you know. And so it's encouraging. It really is encouraging. And it's, you know, this past week, we've had the total weekly ridership was the most that we've had since COVID too. You get the updates that, you know, the dashboard that Pam sends out. So it's very encouraging. And then one last item, President Foley, I just want to make sure the board's tracking on that. The HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge visited Fruitvale Transit Village this morning as part of a nationwide tour by President Biden's administration promoting Build Back Better. We were just informed of this yesterday, of the Secretary's visit. So due to the board meeting, you know, Director Rayburn and myself, we weren't unable to attend. we both, certainly Director Rayburn and I would have liked to attend, but we did have Abby at the board meeting, and then she came back here. You saw, I mean, how about that for commitment? But, she was there and represented BART, nobody better. I mean, no disrespect, Director Rayburn, but she was great. And she also participated in a roundtable that had the Secretary, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and Mayor Libby Schaft, and we were represented by Abby Thorne-Lyman. So just wanted to shout out to Abby, and next time, Director Rayburn, you and I will be out there. So with that, I will turn this back over to the President of the BART Board, Mark Foley.
Thank you, GM Bob Powers. It looks like we have a little bit of public comment and a little bit of director comment. So let's start with the public.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Good report. I always enjoy these reports from Bob Powers, just as I enjoyed the reports of Grace Kreniken. I'm interested in this music in the stations. I hope we can do more of that, because when I went to New York City, I plugged in my earphones and listened to some right down the line while walking through Grand Central Terminal. So I look forward to seeing what we can add to that. And hopefully I will be in the Bay Area soon during the week, midweek, to attend one of these listening tour sessions, so I can be more in touch with you as opposed to just being on Zoom and writing letters. And I'm interested in hearing more about these meetings with the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. I actually use BART within San Francisco quite a bit. And I actually use it more than Muni. I often use it between Montgomery and 16th Street and Civic Center, 24th, etc. It's fast. It costs me less money, 75 cents to take BART within San Francisco, but it costs me $1.25 to take Muni. So you do the math. I'm going to keep riding BART within San Francisco when I can. Works out very well for me. So anyway, I'll get the replay on this. Again, thank you for a good report and a good meeting. Always remember, carry this forward. BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. Director Lee.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of notes based on the general manager's report. I'll just say it was really meaningful to me for Bob and his really top brass to be at the SF Labor Council Coat banquet. It was, I think, quite a bit of a reunion for a lot of folks to be able, we all had to be vaccinated to go in, and there's a lot of celebration, a lot of in memoriams for the workers whose lives were lost during the pandemic, for sure. I just, in particular, want to give a shout out to Alaric, our new AGM of administration. There was definitely a buzz when, we were all walking around with Alaric, and every supervisor gave him a hug, said hi, and it felt really good to be able to say, hey, we as BART just stole him, from San Francisco. And so I'm really excited to have Alaric on the BART team. And then the other thing that the general manager noted was all the meetings with the San Francisco supervisors, really in the role as SFCTA commissioners. Bob, I might have missed this, but in addition to all of these briefings prior to that, we as BART had an opportunity to present before the Board of Supervisors at the SFCTA board meeting just a few weeks ago. And I just want to say, there were only two real major items on that agenda. There was an update from Muni around their service restoration, and then we were up to talk about our service restoration, sort of the state of BART. I would say Muni got grilled. We as BART, I think, put our really best face forward. I want to thank Director Duffy for being the best cheerleader, the best hype man to really open up the floor. I would say that all the supervisors asked good questions, were engaged, and I think we're really impressed by the comprehensive work that we at BART are doing. And of course, this is a precursor as part of the conversation that they're having about their expenditure plan for the Prop K reauthorization that the City and County of San Francisco seeks next year. Right now, BART gets a very, very tiny amount of funds there. So I just want to really give a lot of props to Bob Powers, and especially AGM Rod Lee and his team, Molly Burke. I just want to give her a shout out, as well as AGM Pam Herhold and her team about, how we are playing our best foot forward to talk about the huge amount of impact that BART has, the positive impact that BART has in San Francisco, and really to advocate for ourselves. So I just want to thank the whole team for your work on that and setting up those meetings.
Thank you, Director Lee. Director Dufty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am wondering if I could just engage with the general manager around the visit to 24th Street. And I just, as the general manager and my colleagues know, I've had frequent conversations and meetings with the BART Police Department, with Acting Assistant General Manager Shane Edwards and Sylvia Lamb and Greg Lombardi. And, as it relates to the cleanliness, and I want to really give a shout out to Puma Power Washing, which is doing all of our stations, I believe, but especially 16th and 24th Street. And so the general manager talked broadly about issues coming up, but I think the issues that have captured my focus are around sort of the safety and the fact that individuals do need to move at night so that we can deep clean these very busy public plazas at 16th and 24th Street. And I want to commend Chief Alvarez, and I want to thank Rachel Moran, who is a captain of Mission Station. But this is something that is going to take continued focus and effort. And so I just would appreciate the general manager's comments and commitment in that regard.
Well, certainly, Director Dufty, you have my commitment there. When I was out there, both plazas at 24th looked good, and they looked like they were power washed the night before. And we got to keep that up. It makes a difference, and we got to keep it picked up. I talked to several people out there about. Actually, the station agent there came up, when we were talking, when we went, I know we always check in with the station agent. She was, kind of it's her station there. And she goes, when it's picked up, when we're picking up the station, picking up the plazas, it kind of stays picked up. But if we collectively, society, kind of aren't picking up after those plazas, it kind of degrades, the area. And it is. And it looked good up there, Bevan, when I was up there. But you're right. We got to make sure that the folks are moving so that Puma can come in and do their power washing. And, the escalators are working out there, and the stairs look pretty good out there. But, you do have my commitment and Sylvia and Shane's commitment out there, and Chief Alvarez's commitment out there. There were 2 SFPD officers out there at the secondary plaza over by the elevator over there, and they were just kind of, walking around talking to people. So having a presence out there also was quite helpful. And, it was good. It was good, and you do have my commitment to keep an eye on that and improve out there.
Great. And Bob, I just want to thank you and Alicia for being out at 24th Street, and obviously 16th Street is a focus as well. And so I appreciate you going out and engaging. And I just want to thank everyone that's been helping there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Well, let's turn it over to our last agenda item of the day, board matters. We'll now take up board member reports, roll call for introductions, and in memoriam. Vice President Saltzman.
Thank you. Our general manager already reported on a lot of things I did, so I won't say those again. But a few other things. I attended a housing roundtable organized by Assembly members Tim Grayson and Buffy Wicks. And they're doing these all around the state. You might have seen some social media about it, but it was great for BART to get to participate in that. I was there with BART staff, and although we had limited time to speak, I think we made our issues known and have now scheduled some follow-up meetings with the Assembly members to get them to help with our TOD program. So that's exciting. Related to that, as I mentioned earlier, El Cerrito Plaza BART TOD, we had a community meeting, a virtual community meeting on Tuesday night that Director Simon attended as well. specifically focused on access. So that's when we rolled out the proposed parking range and talked about the ways people could access the station in the future. More than 100 people participated, and there was a lot of public comment. And I just wanted to appreciate the BART staff who presented there and the consultants, but the staff were Rachel Factor and Shannon Dodge, and they just did such an excellent job with the data-driven report that they presented and the answers they had to just every question, no matter how hard they were. And I just think the meeting went so well because of how well prepared they were. These are hard issues to grapple with, and they're just doing a fantastic job, and that whole department is. And then finally, last week, I went on a tour of someplace most people probably don't tour, which is the BART restrooms, the ones that have been closed for the past 20 years. Not all of them, but all of the ones in San Francisco. And we looked at 19th, which is about to open, which is very exciting. So I went with Shane and Sylvia and Roy and just got a sense of what the issues are to reopening. And there's some big hurdles, including real big ADA issues that we must address before reopening them. So they're going to be presenting at our next meeting, but it was good to get a chance to just see what they actually look like. I have to say, though, just visually, some of them are even in better condition than our restrooms that are open. So it wasn't maybe as concerning as I thought, but we do have the ADA issues to address. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rayburn, did you have your
Yes, I did.
virtual
Thank you.
hand?
Thank you, President Foley. And I had the pleasure of attending the City of Alameda Economic Forecast, and the theme was a call for housing. It was very heartwarming to see leadership take strong stances. And there was good representation from a broader community, including the Bay Area Council. Matt Reagan was one of the panelists. I also enjoyed a Bartable event over the weekend. It was the North American Chinese Invitational International Volleyball Tournament at Oakland Chinatown's Lincoln Square Park. And there were over 750 players. 2 streets were closed off, 50 teams. Over 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And I had the honor of welcoming everybody to the Oakland Chinatown. Many teams from New York, Boston, Chicago, as well as up and down the coast of the Pacific here. So it's really the cathartic sort of thing that we need in Oakland Chinatown right now to counteract the violence that the community's been suffering. So it was very important for us, and I'm so grateful to BART staff for getting behind it and supporting it through the Bartable. And those new signs in the Lake Merritt station work great in promoting events like that because they're color and they get people's attention. The way those old dot matrix signs on the platforms don't get people's attention. And finally, yesterday, I had the honor of leading a tour of San Jose State urban planning students, their graduate course in urban planning, on a transit-oriented development tour. And we started at 19th and went through the old Capwells building. It's just stunning, and it's open to the public. You can go in from the Shake Shack side. It's open right into the beautiful atrium area. As well, we visited MacArthur, 12th, and Lake Merritt, and of course, help to engender the next generation of transportation and urban planners. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Ames, then Director Lee.
All right. I did a bike East Bay tour of Fremont. This was October 2nd from the Fremont main BART station over to Irvington and back. You know, Fremont's very innovative. They're putting in protected bike lanes. It's getting mixed reviews because, you know, we're pretty much Fremont's and my district has been designed around the car, as you might know. It's just all suburbia. So it was really fun. It was a couple of hours. And I really want to do a shout out to Dave Campbell. Bike East Bay, he organized this, and Fremont staff were there. They do their own design, all their design in-house, which is nice to see. So they're very passionate staff in Fremont. So that was really enjoyable. And it's not too often you see these kind of tours going on in my area. So I'm hopeful that they're going to expand this. It was really a pleasant experience in promoting BART as well. And then last night, I submitted comments on the Union City 2021 Bike and Pedestrian Draft Plan, Master Plan. And, you know, Bike East Bay is actually on the same page with this, but, you know, I'm going against the east-west connector. This is a 4-lane expressway that goes near Union City BART, and it connects to a highway system, Mission Boulevard, that leads to 2-lane Niles Canyon. And this connector also requires Fremont to widen Dakota Road to 6 lanes and connect to the 880 Dakota interchange. And because there is no state 84 highway through Fremont anymore, it was relinquished, this is going to become the highway. And I saw some data that Union City Boulevard, which is a similar arterial, it goes north-south. It connects from Fremont to Hayward. That was designed for 35,000 vehicles per day, and it's getting 50,000 vehicles per day, meaning this has become a highway. And so again, I use that as an example of what the East-West Connector can deliver. It's going to be designed as a local road, but it's actually used as a pass-through. So I just hope we get away from these roadway projects and we do, you know, maybe a greenway, a linear park design. So we really have transit-oriented development around our BART stations. Just because there's a 4-lane expressway going by a BART station, it doesn't mean it's transit oriented. So again, the battle continues, and I've got a petition, you know, 1,000 people, over 1,000 people signed it before the California Transportation Commission decided to sell this property that's close to the BART station that makes this road possible. The California Transportation Commission did not say one word about the petition. 1,000 people, it's actually 1,100. Signed this petition in 2 weeks, and people really do care. They want transit-oriented development. They don't want more roads. So go BART, go bikes, and I will continue the fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Yeah, just quickly. So as we know, September was Transit Month. Hope you rode, you know, got your transit trips in. To wrap that up, SF Transit Riders had their Transit Month wrap-up awards, and what was really exciting is that BART and the Not One More Girl campaign was one of the award recipients. So I was able to attend the SF Transit Riders party on October 1st. And I know Alicia Halima Barucha from Alliance for Girls and a few of the participants were there. And it was sort of fun to have East Bay folks come over to San Francisco. And the moment that folks were learning about the Not One More Girl campaign, everyone I talked to, whether it's an individual BART rider to a San Francisco supervisor, everyone's like, how do we bring that to San Francisco? And so I was able to introduce Halima over to Jeffrey Tumlin, the head of Muni, and you know, would definitely like to look at outreach and different partnership efforts to bring this sort of outreach that we're seeing so successfully in East Bay here at San Francisco at our stations here. So just really huge shout out to the Not One More Girl campaign and to the BART team.
Thank you. Director Simon, then Director McPartland.
Thank you. I'll be quick. We've all been so busy the last few weeks, but I just want to report on one event that I was able to take part in with the huge support of Rod's staff. The community team is on fire. I did a presentation to the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce, to their policy committee, and it was about 50 people on the call, a lot of CEOs from large and small companies and institutions in San Francisco. And I got to tell you, Molly and the team developed an amazing, very pointed, very thoughtful deck, very focused on what the very, very important pipelines need from us in terms of information, what they can give to their employees. Folks are not going to our sites, not everybody. So our engagement team has been doing a fantastic job, throughout the 5 counties, reaching out to our chambers as well. And I got to tell you, we got such good feedback. I believe it was one of the chairs of the committee who said that the information given, the materials given, the presentation was one of the best that they've ever had. And especially during COVID, giving folks tangible, clear information, both in the presentation and then our community engagement team followed up with the larger chamber list, which is thousands of businesses, to make sure that their employers had tangible information about scheduling, COVID protocols, on and on. They were extremely excited about our chief's ability to increase his safety staff. Folks have been seeing our ambassadors on the trains. So it's really good to hear from the business community again, where thousands and thousands of folks are getting back on BART in the morning and coming to work. And in order for employees to stimulate not just opening up their offices, but ensuring that folks can have both work at home and in office existence, we learned from that conversation, we are just as much responsible for making sure that folks know that, we're moving ahead. So thank you so much to the community team. It was fantastic, really appreciate it. And we need to do more. Let's keep doing it. That's it.
Thank you. Director McPartland.
Open up the microphone, get rid of the hand. It's already been mentioned by the general manager that we were out at the Rockridge Station on the 3rd of this month, and the 30th anniversary of the Oakland Hills fire, in fact, is going to end up being 6 days from today on the 20th. The one thing that I would like to point out is not only for everyone present here, but also everyone that's watching this, and put it on file so that everyone knows it, and that is that the Rockridge BART station during the Oakland Hills fire was a pivotal resource from the standpoint of a evacuation collection point, as well as a staging area. Because if you take a look around the entire area, as far as having a footprint where you can plan, stage, and prepare resources for deployment to different geographical locations, and there was no other place. And so the BART Rockridge Station was a very heavy contributor, just as a resource for a place to be able to do all those things that needed to be done on that day. So I just wanted to point that out to not only everyone here, but also to the audience that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, well, let me wrap up with a couple of items. I attended a special board meeting of the Contra Costa Transportation Authority on September 30th. The reason that they needed to meet was because of the change in the governor's rulings around the Brown Act and virtual meetings. Every month, the board must re-up that request to continue virtual meetings. So just so that you know, that'll be on our agenda for the 28th, and it'll repeat monthly as we continue to meet virtually, or until such time as we return to a in-person meeting. So just more of an FYI to folks on that. Had a great meeting with Tri-Delta Transit CEO Janine Craig and their chair, Ken Gray. Talked a lot about all the great stuff that we've been doing together, we're going to do together in the future. They really appreciate the interface that they get with staff. And certainly the one area where we might want to work on improved communication is schedule changes. So anything that we can do to help give advance notice to our partners that operate bus lines. They would be greatly appreciative of even advance notice, just so that they can start the planning. I want to thank Rod Lee. He's been working on a challenge out on the BART line with our display screens on the rail cars. The vendor that was providing content went out of business. There was a lot of red tape for us to navigate, and we've been able to get through that. So Rod, thank you very much for working through that challenge and getting those screens back to providing good content. And just a final shout out to Ariel Mercado in government and community relations. He has really been an all-star this last couple of weeks for me. So Ariel, thank you for all that you do. I appreciate all the support. And with that, I believe this meeting of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District is now adjourned. Everyone have a good 2 weeks. Stay safe.